I was scared to death, the most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
This is not something that belongs in this house.
When ghosts turn dream homes into nightmares.
It turned into a living hell.
Get out.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 8, Dream Home Nightmare, featuring Kirk.
I was 13 years old when they first built this house.
It was a bigger house for the boys, our 2 sons. We thought it was a nice area to raise children. It just seemed to be just perfect. Everything was perfect. It just seemed like a dream come true.
At first, life seemed perfect. But Kirk began to get an unnerving feeling about the family's dream home.
I was an average child. I played sports, I was into hockey, skateboarding, all kinds of normal things that most teenagers are into. I started to feel watched about 6 months after we moved in. It was just a weird feeling. I started to notice things being moved. You know, I'd put keys in a drawer of my desk. I'd notice them on the floor. I would notice them on the bed. I also noticed a lot of the times I'd stack CDs. Then I'd come back in and they'd be stacked a different way. It wasn't very often for the first maybe year or 2, and then I started noticing it more and more. It was pretty creepy.
I just thought it was his imagination. That's about all I ever thought of it.
And I thought, well, it'll go away. But it didn't.
In fact, the strange activity was about to go to an even more disturbing level, beginning one night while Kirk was sleeping.
I saw, it was more than one thing I saw come out of the closet. They almost looked like little aliens, about 3 feet tall. They had large heads, little slit for a mouth, big eyes, long fingers. I used to see them peeking up over the bed, screeching. And that's what I call the screechers. It was pretty brutal, actually. I mean, I was terrified. I know it sounds strange. I know it sounds crazy, but they wanted me to notice them, and they wanted me to be scared.
Despite his fear, Kirk tried to ignore the apparitions. But the activity was about to take a violent turn.
I was coming in from a hockey game. I was, of course, holding my big hockey bag with all my equipment in it, standing at the top of the stairs, and I felt something just shove me. I physically felt a hand right in the middle of my back. Shove me. Right down the stairs.
Matthew!
I thought it was my brother or something fooling around, but they hadn't even came in the house yet.
You there?
That was the first time I had ever felt like I'd been attacked. I have no idea of where this thing could have came from. I don't know what it was. I just know that it was evil. It wanted to harm me.
For the next few years, Kirk lived in silent but near constant torment that the activity in the house would physically hurt him.
It would take me a while to fall asleep, and I would stare at that door every once in a while.
Something new and even more terrifying was about to happen.
It was really like a black cloud almost, in the shape of a person. Classic Grim Reaper kind of looking thing. And it was scary. It slowly started coming over to my bed and staring me down. I literally felt pinned right down to the bed. I was paralyzed. I knew it wanted to kill me. And that was probably the most fearful I've ever been in my life. Your heart's racing and you can't breathe at the same time. You know, you feel like you're gonna die, yeah.
Traumatized and scared for his life, Kirk took drastic action.
You can't go.
I have to go. I
No.
can't stay here anymore.
We're family. This is our home.
I had urged my mom to move since the day that we moved into this house.
Okay, I can't stay here any longer.
You know, he said, I don't feel comfortable here, Mom, or I have to go now.
No.
I told my mom, just pray.
Colleen refused to abandon her dream home. But with Kirk gone, the paranormal activity started to focus on a new target. Kirk Wilson was hounded out of his family's dream home by a terrifying entity.
I knew it wanted to kill me.
Then it turned on his brother.
Well, Matthew came to me one night and he said, Mom, he said, I saw this big, huge, dark figure and it pinned me down. Matthew's repeating the same story that Kirk had told me. Kind of started to make me feel a little suspicious that maybe there's something to this, but then how could that happen? These things just don't happen.
Just 6 months after Kirk left, Matthew moved out too. Colleen was left alone in the house.
One night, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw something move in the doorway. And then I saw this dark, tall figure. This figure was now going to come after me. I swear it was the same figure that both my sons have seen.
Having experienced it for herself, Colleen finally realized the terror her sons had been going through all those years.
I saw something too. I'm sorry, guys.
They were telling the truth. I should have believed them, and I still feel guilty this day because I didn't. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I believe. I have no idea what it was. I have no idea what it wanted, but it scared the daylights out of me, and that's the day I decided I need to take some action.
Knowing what happened to Kirk and Matthew, and now fearing for her own safety, Colleen reached out to medium Leanne Kinsman.
I wanted her to see if she could see what was here, if she could feel any negative energies.
The first impressions when I walked through the lower areas of the home, that was pretty peaceful. It wasn't until we went upstairs that things began to change. I began to sense the energy. We went into Kirk's former bedroom. And as I walked into the room, I seen this massive man. He was just dark matter of energy, which was terribly frightening. He seemed to take up most of the room. It did not feel good at all.
She had encountered what I had been encountering for all those years.
If an entity has been terrorizing its victim for years, it can be difficult to remove. It's strong. It's been made stronger by its environment. It's literally sucked the life out of a lot of people. It's been fed strength. So if it's strong, it's like anything else. A tree with a huge root is going to be a lot more difficult to cut down than a tiny little sapling.
Scared of what the entity might do next, Leanne decided to cleanse the house. She began in the basement, but the dark energy in the house wasn't going to leave without a fight.
I had my sage and my feather, my eagle feather. As soon as we got downstairs, I felt the presence. The energy was really not nice downstairs at all. And then I seen these little black things. The room was full of them. And I heard the word screechers. It was actually very overwhelming.
Leanne said that she had seen screechers, and that freaked me right out, honest to God.
I asked them if they would just go to the light so that there would be peace.
Go to the light.
She was telling them to leave.
Go.
The screechers might have gone, but something else was lurking in the basement.
I started feeling like I was being watched. There was something else in here. There's a closet in the back of the basement. It really felt like something was in there inside that closet. Like you have that feeling something is gonna lunge out at you. My heart was pumping like crazy. I was trembling, I was shaking. There was something else in here. It was that tall shadow figure.
It was bad. It was very bad. It was overwhelming for me. So I can't imagine having lived through that. It brought back all the things Matthew and Kirk were terrified of. It was awful.
She felt what I had felt, like a feeling of dread.
Go away.
The energy doesn't belong here. It's some kind of residual energy from the past that has come here into the house.
Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
They have another place that they should be to clear the house so that Colleen and her family can live peacefully.
It was like in a blink of an eye, it was gone. I immediately felt at ease. It literally seems like there's more light in this home. The air feels easier to breathe. I don't have a weight on my chest. It just seems, it seems clean.
It didn't feel hurtful or harmful anymore. Like I'm coming into a haven now instead of something that was filled with horror.
I'm just grateful that I was able to help the family and that, there's peace again in this house.
I think after all these years, I wanted to confront it. I wanted to know that I could fight back. I guess it was almost like feeling of revenge to get this thing out of here for what it had done, yeah. Anything paranormal, like hauntings, it's real. You might not see it, but it is real.
Many people's dream homes are often older properties, full of charm and character. But these historic houses have also been known to host some very unwelcome guests.
Paranormal Survivor, Story 1, Wayne's Haunted B&B, Take 1.
I was looking for a Victorian home, a Gothic-style home. The house was amazing, and it called to me. I definitely wanted to have it. In order for me to get the house I wanted, I had to buy the bed and breakfast along with it. I walked into that house feeling up, and it was a beautiful day. As I walked through, the feeling that came over me was one of sadness.
Wayne brushed off the feeling, but it wasn't long until other strange things started to happen.
Probably the second or third week living there, I had just gone to bed. The lights, they'd flicker. And then I heard footsteps. And there's nobody in the house. And then the footsteps come down the stairs, down the hallway into the kitchen. Now, at the time, I just chalked it up to it's an old home. It creaks, it moves, it's got old windows. Maybe I imagined it. But then I hear the kitchen door open up.
Homeowner Wayne Mallows was plagued by mysterious footsteps in his historic bed and breakfast.
And I hear the kitchen door open up. But I went into the kitchen and there was no one there. I was in disbelief that there was no one there.
But the footsteps were just the beginning of Wayne's torment.
There's a number of things that occur on a fairly regular basis. The one bedroom at the front, I don't ever have that light on. I look and the light in the bedroom was on. And it went out. Like, while I'm looking at it, it went out. Like, okay, I saw that go out. So you'd think, there's somebody in my house. It's pretty freaky. It's mind-blowing.
Despite the troubling activity, the B&B was busy. Wayne hired his old friend Robert to be live-in manager.
I had a good friend of mine, Robert, and I said to him, how would you like room and board for labor? He was thrilled.
How are you, my friend? Go out there. We'll talk later. Thanks, man.
He said, grab any room you want. So I went up the stairs. There was one room right at the front of the stairs. I took that room.
Robert tried to settle into his new home, but he did not get a warm welcome.
My first night, I was laying in bed. I felt somebody poking me in the shoulder. Woke me up. And I looked around and nobody was there.
Gradually, the poking became more forceful.
When it happened the third night, and then the fifth night, it was no more being poked in the shoulder, it was like being pushed.
Night after night, Robert was terrorized in his sleep.
Negative entities will often attack when you're sleeping because your defenses are down. Your Kundalini energy, your life force energy is suppressed. It's not as strong, and it's just much easier for them to gain control.
But the activity was about to get worse.
And I distinctly heard, "Get out." The voice. If I could explain to you the voice, it would make the hair stand up on your arms. I went up to my truck and I left. I never went back. Not many things scare me, but that. I don't ever want to have to face that again. Ever. To be very honest, it scared the out of me.
Robert moved out suddenly. He had no idea that I was also having some experiences as well. Something dark was going on in the house.
Forced to do something about the increasingly threatening activity in his dream home, Wayne contacted his old friend and paranormal investigator, Michelle DeRoche, for answers.
Wayne called me and he said, look, I've just purchased this house and it's definitely haunted. When I go in to do an investigation, I use an array of equipment.
Let's start with this. It's called
The ovulus. It is a form of an EMF detector, which picks up on the electromagnetic field. It has a 2,000-word vocabulary, so when spirits come through, instead of beeping, words will come across the screen, and it will speak. Wayne took the ovulus and decided to walk around with it.
Demon.
As I start going up the stairs, the first word that comes up on the box was the word demon.
Demon.
All of a sudden, I hear the word demon come through.
Say it.
Demon. Demon.
And it goes, demon, 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 demon.
Demon.
That was a bit of a red flag, but I didn't really sense anything like that in the house. It could just be in the memory from the last investigation.
Demon.
Demon. Demon.
And I go to Michelle, I'm like, what is this? And she said, it's probably nothing, because I would sense if there was one here. We were on a pretty rough case recently, and it might just be in the memory of the ovulus. So don't worry about it too much.
Reassured nothing demonic was in the house, Wayne tried to get back to normality. But things would only get worse.
That night, I went to bed. I woke up suddenly. Oh my God, it was like I had like a ton weight on my chest. Couldn't catch my breath. It's like choking you. It's like your eyes are like starting to bulge and you're...
Often when people are under attack, they can feel that entity on them, and they can hook in through the heart chakra and through the throat chakra and immobilize. You can feel that weight, you can feel that energy of the negative entity on the chest, and you can feel it through the throat, so it feels like you're choking. It feels like you can't breathe. It's very real.
It was really terrifying. Something was like sitting on me, like sitting on my chest or holding me down. I was like, get off me, get off! And the pressure left right away. I got out of bed, I was shaking. The house is like an ice box, it's frozen.
Then, out of the corner of Wayne's eye,
something moved.
after his friend and manager was terrified by paranormal activity.
To be very honest, it scared the out of me.
Bed and breakfast owner Wayne Mallows was attacked by something in his sleep.
When I got out of bed, I was shaking. There was a dark shadow in my room. I was looking at something I'd never seen before.
Some believe the shadow figure is an entity manifesting. Others believe that it is a concentration of energy that is manifested in a humanoid figure. It can be the dead coming from the other side, and they are manifesting in our physical world.
I was just like, oh, I'm shaking, like literally shaking right now. It can see me. That was scary. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I've never seen that. That was rough.
Terrified, Wayne spent the rest of the sleepless night trying to get a hold of Michelle.
Over the next couple of hours, I was a wreck. Like every sound, like you just jump, and you're just, I wasn't right until sun came up.
Hello?
And Michelle called me back and said, what's going on? I'm just like, it's tough, you know?
I had the most terrible night last night. There was something on my chest.
I don't talk about it a whole lot, to be honest with you, because it's just...
I was very concerned. When a demon comes into the home, the objective is to basically take over and cause you as much distress as possible. I said, okay, I'm gonna come in and do a full cleanse. While I was going through the cleansing, I felt an unusual, heavy presence, a negative presence. Something's definitely here.
Bless this house.
Suddenly, a dark entity appeared.
This is not something that belongs in this house. And we had to push it out.
Demon! Be gone!
All of a sudden, the house just felt different.
With Michelle's help, Wayne developed a theory about where the demon had come from.
Niagara Falls is very old. It's a hot spot. There's the War of 1812, violent altercation, brutal battles all through that area. You know, so this growly thing is an oldie. It's been around for a while. Probably has a lot to do with the property and the area more than it ever has to do with the house.
Though the cleansing appeared to have worked, Michelle had a warning for Wayne about the demon.
There is never a guarantee when you're doing a cleansing. The longer they're there, the more they're rooted. They do tend to resurface, and this is something that we will watch for.
I think an experience like this changes you no matter what you believe. I was shown unequivocally that the dark exists. And it's big, and it's strong, and it's mean. It's out there. You're foolish to think that it's not.
What might seem like a dream home from the outside can sometimes have a dark and macabre past that causes strange and disturbing things to occur.
Linda's Tug of War interview featuring Linda.
I loved the large Victorian homes. It was over 100 years old at least. It had a really good feeling to it.
Thanks.
It was a beautiful, large home. It was the ideal home for us. We had looked at a few other ones, but this is the one that really struck her. We were really excited.
I probably stayed up a day and a half just to unpack everything.
Linda and Daryl thought they had found their dream home.
A few days later, things started to change.
What's wrong? Can you see it?
All of a sudden, we start hearing all these noises. I would hear knocks on the wall. I tried to ignore it, but then I heard it again, and that scared me.
What's that?
The noises became a regular occurrence, but Linda and Daryl could find no explanation. After several restless nights, other strange things started to happen.
Daryl went to go to use the bathroom, and when he got right to the door
slammed hard in my face. It just threw me.
And then one day we were going downstairs, and we could hear a smash.
It was like a big loud crash, and nobody was downstairs.
And one of my vases were on the floor in pieces. I was collecting stuffed animals. I probably had about 20 of them. So I had them on a shelf, and all the animals, the stuffed animals, were on the floor.
They were all placed neatly on the floor. It kind of freaked her out. It was scary.
At first, I thought, okay, it's an old home, and old homes usually have, you know, the creaks and the cracks, but that's not normal.
The activity forced Linda into a chilling realization.
I was terrified, and I knew that we weren't there alone.
Then, Linda saw something truly terrifying.
I went to walk up the stairs, and as I got almost to the top,
After moving into a beautiful historic home, Linda Bogert and her husband Daryl were plagued by strange activity.
I knew that we weren't there alone.
Then Linda saw something truly terrifying.
I went to walk up the stairs, and as I got almost to the top, I seen a woman, an old woman, and she had this old knitted shawl on, and she was walking to our bedroom. That's when the door slammed, and it just went like that.
Daryl!
I felt like she was
went in there!
trying to scare us. Then he opened the door slowly. And I could tell that he was on edge. I could tell that he was nervous.
We smelled a really rotten stench. And when you smell something like that, you know it's not good. It did scare me. Why was this smell here?
I said, we're not sleeping upstairs anymore. I'm done.
It's all gonna be okay, not to worry.
And I thought, you know, this is great. We've got a beautiful house. This is what we always wanted. And then after living there, it just turned into living hell. Like, it was horrible. Terrified to stay in my own home.
Unable to move out of the home they had just spent their last dollar buying, Linda and Daryl could not escape the escalating activity.
I was going downstairs in the basement to do laundry. I had seen a woman in like a purple jacket, like with her head down, slow, walking in a circle. And I froze. I just stopped. I froze. She didn't acknowledge that I was there. She was an apparition. I was so freaked out. I was shocked.
She was hysterical, yelling my name, Daryl, Daryl.
And I said, can you not see her?
She's right there!
Walking around, he said, no, I can't see her.
But it scared the hell out of me. What the hell is going on here?
I was petrified, just petrified.
Desperate, Linda confided in a neighbor. What they told her was chilling.
She said, did you know this house was an old funeral home back in the early 19th century? They used to pull the coffins up the stairs through the back of the house so people wouldn't actually see.
Hearing that it was an old funeral home kind of pieced it together of all the things that were happening in the house.
Just when Linda and Daryl thought things couldn't get any worse,
Here you go, hon.
the activity took a worrying new turn.
You okay, hon?
I'm not feeling very well.
And then all of a sudden I felt drained, like really weak. I ended up passing out.
Linda!
I could feel the back of my eyes getting heavy. And then a feeling of almost somebody trying to possess me, like taking over my body.
Her eyes would change a different color, dark and sinister looking, and quite scary. Linda was being possessed.
It's almost like you're going unconscious and your spirit leaves your body.
It wasn't really her speaking. It was a moaning, almost like a verse of some kind, which I didn't understand. It sounded like a spirit coming through.
Come on, Linda, what's the matter?
I also heard growls, demonic sounding growls. You definitely knew there was an evil presence.
You need to leave now!
And then all of a sudden, it was gone.
Linda.
When I came back, I felt exhausted.
What happened?
I could feel like I was like hollow, like they drained me. I couldn't stand up, I couldn't walk.
Usually an entity wants to possess an individual because they want empowerment. They want to use the individual as a host.
If it is a negative entity, they can control the thoughts, they can control the actions, and it could be extraordinarily dangerous.
It was happening 2 to 3 times a week.
Are you okay?
It's a very terrifying feeling, knowing that a spirit trying to take over your body. What if, I don't come back?
But the demon wasn't finished with Linda yet.
All of a sudden, I could feel a hand go onto my ankle. The hand felt cold, and you could feel the nails.
After Linda Bogert and her husband discovered their dream home was a former funeral parlor,
You definitely knew there was an evil presence.
the paranormal activity terrorizing them became violent.
All of a sudden, she was being pulled down the bed. It all happened so fast. Linda is screaming her head off. I reached, trying to grab her, and all I felt was this heavy force, but it was almost like a tug of war with this demonic entity.
They were trying to pull me down. Daryl was trying to pull me back up. I was frantic. I was crying, screaming.
We were both scared out of our minds.
I'm grateful that Daryl was there. If he wasn't there, I don't know what they would have done with me. And Daryl said, "You've got dig marks." I broke down. I couldn't believe it.
She was marked by an evil force, and it was really frightening.
I said, "I can't take it here anymore. I just can't." Sorry.
At breaking point, Linda reached out to paranormal investigator and medium Dorothy Turk for help.
Dorothy, hi.
They were really in trouble. She was really in trouble. The majority of the problems I sensed were in the basement. As soon as I opened the door, there was a smell, feeling that it was a funeral home at one time. I got the image of a laying out of a body.
And I didn't tell her about what the neighbor had said. I didn't tell her anything.
The smell of the decomposition, it was strong.
She said, "I smell a lot of blood in here, a lot of blood." And that's where they did the embalmings. It just made me sick to my stomach, hearing what she was telling me about the house.
My whole body was just covered in goosebumps. And that's a sign that there's a lot of activity, a lot of spirits.
If a house was a former funeral home, there would be a tremendous amount of energy. The sadness, the grieving, the fear, they're bringing all of that energy in to that house. The negative entities can now feed off of that energy. Sometimes, if they don't wish to cross over and decide to stay, the last place they're at is they claimed it as their own.
Dorothy picked up on one spirit who was particularly dangerous.
There was a man down there wearing an old-fashioned hat with a long coat. Felt like he might have been the person who embalmed the bodies.
The spirit approached them.
All of a sudden, I got this push, heavy push from my shoulders.
Spirit has to be extremely strong to push somebody with that much force. It was showing it was in control, not us.
Scared of what the entities would do next, Dorothy ordered Linda and Daryl out of the house.
She said, "You guys need to move out. There's definitely evil in that house."
The man did not want to give up his possession. That was his home. He was not going to let anybody else take it.
It was just too powerful. Just too powerful. Whatever was in the house was just too strong to leave. They claimed this home their own.
Their dream home now a living nightmare, Linda and Daryl decided to leave for good.
The spirits in the house just wanted us gone.
We moved out, and then a few months later, the landlord tore down the whole house, tore it down.
The whole experience, it really turned me around to believe in the paranormal.
I didn't believe in it until we actually seen it and it started physically happening to me. Until it happens to you, then you'll understand and believe.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I was definitely scared. Our baby was in there.
When evil is unintentionally brought inside a home.
Believe in it. It was in my house.
My son was in danger.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3's Nancy's Poisonous Ivy interview featuring Nancy Marker.
We had gone to Hollywood Cemetery in Richmond, Virginia. My husband likes Civil War and cemeteries and different battlefields. We like the history of different stuff like that.
Have always been historical reenactors, War of 1812 or the American Civil War. We love to go find a lot of history at cemeteries.
Nancy had brought home what she thought was an innocent souvenir of their trip.
All through the cemetery, there's ivy. It grows on a lot of the graves. The cemetery was moving to me, so I just took a little piece.
I kind of remember her saying, I wonder if I can get this to grow. And I never gave it any more thought. Not at all.
The ivy wasn't as innocent a memento as it seemed.
I hadn't experienced anything paranormal in the house until my parents went to Virginia. They brought home a piece of ivy, and that's when things started to get interesting. I had a bunch of CDs and stuff beside my bed. It sounded like someone just was going through them. Dad, is that you? I thought it was my father at the time. And when I said, hey, what are you doing? Then everything dropped and it went quiet.
His bedroom was ransacked. His CDs were all over the floor, and he's very meticulous about his things.
What are you doing in here?
My parents heard the commotion, wondered what was going on.
What is all this?
I thought it was you. I said, were you just down here? And he said, no. I was freaked out, to say the least. I'd never really experienced anything like that. There's only the three of us in the house, and we couldn't really explain it, but I was definitely scared.
When you bring haunted objects into your home, lots of times the haunting will cause things to escalate. It will start maneuvering things and manipulating things, and it can cause potential harm to your home.
A few nights later, it was Nancy who experienced something strange.
I was in my bedroom, and the little boy was the first person coming down the hall. He had this little straw hat. The man was tall and thin, dark clothing. You couldn't see through them, no. They were just as plain as you and me sitting here. They walked quietly. I knew they were spirits just by seeing them. I kind of went to see what had happened, but then they were gone. They didn't seem harmful. But later on, things did happen that escalated, things that were bad happening to us.
It was like, wow, something is really going on here. The things that were going on in the house are just very strange.
I was laying there, and this black mass showed up above me. It was like kind of in a way like a cloud, just kind of floating above me, but it was the feeling you got from it that scared me more than the mass itself. It was like the feeling of evil, and it wanting me to come with it. I was scared of it. I was trying to scream, but couldn't. I was like paralyzed. It just kind of stayed on top of me, and it was like trying to pull me into it. I just laid there perfectly still and thought, this is gonna go away. I have no idea what it was, but I was frightened.
Totally above my head, like I couldn't move, and it was like...
Nancy was quite upset the next morning. By then, we'd had enough things happening in our house that we knew something was going on, and we knew there was a presence.
It's so big.
Then Lee got up and he described something quite similar.
I woke up and a black mass was floating above the bed, like it was trying to draw you towards it. It definitely felt, I guess evil would be the word. Same thing happened to my mom at the same time, the same night. It scared me big time. It was definitely the scariest thing I've probably experienced.
And that's when actually my son said, Mom, it's the ivy. You shouldn't have taken it from the cemetery.
Desperate for answers, Lee had spent the night looking for clues into why they were being tormented.
This page was about things people used to put on gravestones, 1800s, stuff like that, and they all had symbolic meanings. And it turns out that people used to plant ivy on the graves because it meant eternal life.
Bringing that ivy opened up the spirits to come to us. It was very unnerving. My son, he was the one that said, get rid of the ivy. And I wasn't sure how to do that. So I did put it out on the porch.
I often tell people to remove the item respectfully. I don't encourage you to burn it. I don't encourage you to throw it out. If you want it out of your house, you can try and cleanse it. Remove it from the home, have it cleansed, and then bring it back into the home.
With the ivy out of the house, Nancy and her family assumed life would go back to normal. They couldn't have been more wrong. After homeowner Nancy Bernier brought home ivy from a gravestone, strange and disturbing things had been happening. After removing the ivy from their home, the family hoped life would return to normal.
Yeah, we always have, or had, big Halloween party. Neighbors, family, friends. Everyone was talking and having a good time.
Hey, Dad, can you get some more CDs?
And my dad went to get a CD.
And I'm walking past the bathroom, and I could hear a crackling noise. And I ripped open the door, and there was a flame running up the wall.
There's a fire in the house! The house is on fire! The house is on fire!
He was screaming, "The house is on fire! The house is on fire!"
Smother it!
I thought the house was going to burn down because it was a big fire, but we did get it out, and the fire, it had burnt straight up the wall.
No explanation. There wasn't wiring, it wasn't anything. It was one spot on the bathroom wall that burst into flames.
I have never in my life had a fire burst out of nowhere. If we weren't home, we would have lost the house.
The fire remained a mystery until Dana received some disturbing news.
After the fire, we had got a phone call about a month later that said my dad had passed away.
Dana's father wasn't a nice man. He hated Dana getting married, Dana having a family. He was just a very mean-spirited man. He had been dead in the house for a month before anybody found him.
It wasn't until after that we found out that he died on Halloween night, and that was the same night as the fire in the house.
I don't know if his spirit had something to do with the fire, but if you think about it, it's real strange that this would have happened to us on that night.
Nancy feared that the ivy had opened the door for all kinds of spirits, including that of Dana's father.
I connected the fire and his death immediately. Like, it was just something that he would do to us. He would set the house on fire. It was not even a question in my mind.
In my experience, when an evil person has passed away, they can still be evil in their spiritual realm. Not all spirits are happy when they cross over, and that can cause a negative haunting.
We cleaned out my grandfather's home. Everything was boxed up that was there. And I picked up his wallet and I was going through it. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw something come across the living room. It's probably the hardest thing to describe, but it was a ball that was bright, almost rainbow in color, and it was swirling. It came right in front of my face, stayed there for about 3 or 4 seconds, and went directly out the wall to my right.
Mom!
And I screamed like I was 5 years old.
What's wrong? What happened?
He kept yelling, "It went through the wall, it went through the wall."
Are you hurt? Did it hurt you?
He says I was looking at his stuff, and yes, I knew right away it was Dana's dad.
This thing.
I was definitely afraid. I've never seen anything like that.
This is the order of this thing.
I believe that it was something to do with my grandfather.
He came to visit and he wanted us to know it. That was just his personality and his spirit. He was an evil spirit.
Terrified of what the spirit of Dana's father would do next, Nancy took drastic action.
The ivy was still on the porch at that time, letting the spirits in.
I pretty much demanded she get rid of it right away just so we could, I guess I just wanted it over with. It just needed to be done.
I disposed of it. I just threw it away.
Could this simple plant be the cause of so much grief and damage and fear? I could be wrong, but I only know what happened into our house. We had brought this trouble into our house.
The paranormal activity stopped when I got rid of the ivy. After that, nothing has happened. And I'm very leery at things I let in the house that can open up that spirit world. I keep that very closed.
To know something so small can disrupt everyone's life like that is terrifying.
It's not bad.
I wouldn't want to experience any of it again.
It's not just physical objects that can be haunted. Certain symbols and images can act as an open invitation for paranormal entities. And sometimes these entities can have evil intentions.
Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 6, Natalie's Unwanted Guest.
We were both so excited to own our first home. We thought it'd be a great place to raise a family. We were excited to furnish it and paint it and make it our own.
As soon as we walked in, we fell in love with the place. We just knew that it was gonna be home sweet home.
When it came time to decorate the room, we were excited. We started to fill it with everything we knew we would need for a baby.
Love you, buddy.
We did have a mat with a skull and crossbones on it. It's just something that my husband and I thought was maybe a little bit different.
Natalie and Mark wanted to give their baby boy the best start in life, but they had no idea that the rug would welcome something disturbing into the house.
Rub my feet, please.
The first things we heard sounded like footsteps. It sounded as though there was maybe 1 or 2 people walking around. It was loud. It would bang and creak with each step that they took. There was definitely no denying what it was.
I was the braver one, so yeah, I would go upstairs and check around. And nothing.
Mark would always tell me that it was probably the house settling. He never took it quite as seriously as I started to.
Though troubled, Natalie tried to ignore the strange sounds. After a few weeks, she gave birth to her son, Cain.
Once we brought our son home from the hospital is when we really started to notice noises. The spare bedroom was the only room that that noise was coming from. I always felt uneasy. I always felt that there was a presence.
It's okay.
We both tried to ignore them. We also thought that maybe it would go away.
Oftentimes, when you ignore signs of a haunting, such as footsteps, disembodied voices, it's going to escalate. They're going to keep doing what they're doing and escalate it until they get your attention.
Swept up in parenthood, Natalie and Mark endured the strange goings-on for 3 years. Then, with Natalie expecting their second child, Kane told her a shocking secret. Homeowners Natalie and Mark Garcia had been plagued by strange noises ever since their son Kane was born. But when Kane turned 3, and with Natalie expecting their second child, he told them a terrible secret.
When Kane was about 3, he had said to us, there was a lady that was sitting on the end of my bed last night. He said it probably 3 or 4 more times over the course of a month.
Me and Natalie were like, what's going on? Something's not right here.
He did say that she was old. He said she wasn't nice, but she wasn't mean. He said this lady's name was Marg. And I realized that it was my grandmother. I was definitely shocked. I was very young when she had passed. And I did wonder why she would be here or with my son. I had no idea what she would be doing with them. Kane did not seem scared by it at all. Once again, we just decided that if we pretend it's not there, maybe it's not there.
Later in 2013, Natalie gave birth to a daughter, Piper.
When we found out we were going to have another child, there was only one option for a room, and that would be the spare bedroom where we had been hearing the footsteps happening.
I was very hesitant about putting her in that room, only because the noises, that room to me always felt colder than every other room. So I was a little hesitant.
The new baby brings an escalation in the strange activity in the house.
We have a video monitor that only kicks on if there's a certain decibel. I woke up because it turned on, although I didn't hear crying. I looked at the monitor, and all I could see was these white circles dancing across the monitor.
It was roughly 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and she showed me the monitor.
Some of them were bright, some of them were fuzzy, and they were just dancing across her crib. I was definitely scared. Our baby was in there. Well, we went to check on her and she seemed fine. Piper was sleeping as soundly as a baby would sleep.
When I got into the room, I didn't see any sort of orbs, no rays of light, nothing. I tried looking for anywhere light could be coming in from, and even shaking the monitor to see if it was broken or something. How do you explain these little orbs of light floating? We were just shocked. It was starting to really get nerve-wracking.
We started to see the orbs on the monitor daily. Middle of the day, dead of night, anytime you would turn the monitor on, they were there.
Kane's story and the orbs, the footsteps, it made me very uneasy.
Something was definitely, happening in our home.
Orbs are balls of energy or concentrations of energy. It's almost a partial manifestation. And so it is easily captured on camera. Oftentimes when we do take still photos or videos, it can be dust particles, but when you see an evident orb, you know it's an orb.
Unable to ignore the activity any longer and afraid of what might happen next, Natalie and Mark asked paranormal investigator Tammy Taylor for help.
I could tell from the information that she gave me that there's something very serious going on here. I could see that the energy in this house was very dark, very heavy.
Tammy was so concerned at the intensity of the energy inside that she lit sage for protection. But it came too late for Natalie.
I had a tough time breathing. When I had told her that I was having a tough time breathing, she had actually picked up right away on the presence.
And I could see beside her, I could see the outline of spirit. It was a male, about 65, slim build. He looked rather rough, as though he had gone through a rather difficult time.
I could feel him touching me. He was running his fingers down my forearm as though he was trying to grasp onto something. I was so scared. I'd never experienced anything like it.
And Natalie was having trouble breathing because he was exerting pressure on her. He was trying to scare her. He didn't want to leave.
Homeowner Natalie Garcia was locked in a desperate struggle with a mysterious spirit. If paranormal investigator Tammy Taylor didn't act fast, Natalie's life could be in danger.
And I told Natalie, you've got to be strong. You've got to be really strong because he's trying to manipulate right now.
Oh, holy Michael!
And I asked for Archangel Michael, the angel of protection, to protect and bless the family and to remove the negative entities. He backed off at that point.
After making sure Natalie was okay, Tammy went to cleanse the rest of the house before the spirit returned. As she entered Kane's room, she made a disturbing discovery.
I looked down, and there was a floor mat. And it was a skull and crossbones. And I remember I gasped. It was just like, I just felt like I got hit.
A powerful symbol of the dead, Tammy believed the spirits would take the skull and crossbones as an invitation into the home.
You're welcoming dead people into this house. This was the entry point.
The activity did start when that rug was in our home. I feel terrible that I would not have any idea that something so harmless could bring such terrible things to a home.
I said a prayer and I revoked any form of permission and I sprinkled holy water on the mat. However, I did advise Natalie and Mark to get rid of it.
There was another surprise in Piper's room.
As I went into the baby's room, I could feel all sorts of energy.
Tammy had mentioned the orbs to us, saying that they were probably angels. They just sensed danger or an urgency to protect a baby.
I remember connecting in with the grandmother. She came through very strong. And she said to me, "We don't know what he's doing here. He's standing here all the time near the baby and we don't know why."
The very things that had frightened Natalie and Mark had been protecting the children from the evil male spirit that had come into the house.
He kept saying, "It's the baby that I want, don't ask me to leave." And at that point, Mark and I just fell apart.
Sometimes evil entities want to harm an infant because it's the only way they can communicate. They want to make the parent feel scared and nervous enough that they're going to want to leave the location.
When I heard I didn't know what to do. I was shocked, and I'm like, this whatever's here's gotta go. We gotta get it out of here.
I'm now asking Archangel Azrael, as the angel of death, to step forward to help this man cross over.
This pressure came over my chest, and it honestly felt like there was an elephant standing on my chest, and I couldn't breathe.
Oh, lead him to heaven! Lead him to heaven!
He was on a mission to stay in this house, and he was putting up a fight.
Distance!
He was trying to make his last stand. He was trying to get them to just allow him to stay. And I was just adamant, he needs to cross over. You could literally see a flash of light, and I was told he's gone immediately. There's a change in the atmosphere. There's a change in the energy.
They're gone.
She had said that it passed over. It just left. And like happiness and joy came over me. And I can see it in Natalie too.
Thank you. Tammy did offer some insight into who this man was. He was not related. We did not know him.
I don't believe for one second he was here to protect the family or to watch over the baby in a positive way. He was bringing a lot of negative energy, a lot of negative feelings into this house. Under no circumstances was this good for the family.
There you go. Good boy.
Now, in the house, I feel like it's home again. We haven't heard any steps, no orbs of light on the monitor, nothing.
But I don't think until you actually experience something in your own home, involving your home family, how much it can actually, it can change your life.
Believe in it. It's out there. It wasn't here. It was in my house. And it scares the hell out of me. It scares the hell out of me.
Bringing in certain objects to the home can open the door to all kinds of spirits. In other cases, an object can have a specific entity attached, with terrifying consequences.
Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 7, Julie's Haunted Dresser.
I do love antiques, and I had been looking for quite some time for something that would work in the basement. The dresser really pulled me towards it.
Well, my mom picked up this antique dresser from the Queensville auction, or antique house anyways, and brought it into the home.
I said, this is the piece. I really want this. I would describe my son Michael as typical, likes his pickup trucks and country music. He has a few part-time jobs and was just finishing high school.
Don't forget your homework.
Michael began to get a strange feeling about the dresser.
As soon as the dresser went in there, I kind of felt uneased sitting in front of it. I tried to avoid looking in the mirror. It just felt like somebody's in there watching.
Homeowner Julie Stewart had fallen in love with an antique dresser. But as soon as she brought it home, troubling things started to happen.
When I got the watching feeling, I would also get a feeling in my gut that it was really unwelcoming, like you have to leave.
Mom, there's something downstairs. I swear to God, I swear I just saw it.
He said that it felt like somebody was watching him and staring at him or standing off in the corner. Just that there felt like something was there.
Well, at first she kind of didn't believe me,
It's okay. There's nothing there, honey.
but she definitely knew that I was afraid.
It is not unusual for spirits to attach themselves to a piece of furniture or a set of antique furniture. At the time of death, they will try and hold on to something that they had when they were living.
It's so real.
You're watching.
I'm not really a believer in the paranormal. Part of me was kind of like, are you kidding? How can that be? And that he was just being a little over the top.
Though badly shaken, Michael tried to put the experience behind him, but it was not an isolated incident.
Well, I guess it would have been a couple weeks. And then things slowly began to get more and more. I was sitting in there and I got this really, really uneasing feeling. I could feel like lasers are in the back of my head staring me down.
It was getting pretty bad. He didn't really want to be alone in the house, and he used to spend hours down there playing video games.
It felt like it must have been really angry, and it really didn't want me in the basement. I got the message pretty much right away. After that, I didn't go in the basement for at least a month.
Michael wasn't able to escape the activity that easily. It started to spread around the house.
And I really got this feeling, it was like I have to leave. I went to go grab my car keys, went into my room.
He did tell me that the doors were rattling at the top of the stairs.
The new activity confirmed Michael's worst fears.
It was something paranormal that was in the house. Something was angry, and now I was trying to do something. And then that's when I knew it wasn't welcome in the house.
His sense of uneasiness in the house was really getting more and more.
Hello? Mom? I need you to come home right now. There's something in the house.
Numerous times he would be calling my cell phone. Mom, are you coming home like now, or how much longer are you gonna be?
I swear, there's something in there.
He just didn't like being at the house. I just said, okay, I'll take this more seriously.
If Michael thought that that was as bad as it was going to get, he was in for a nasty shock.
It must have been about 2 in the morning. And I woke up dead out of my sleep with something grabbing my arm. It was like a very large hand pulling it between the cushions. It felt like it was doing it out of anger. I felt like I couldn't move. He was holding me down. It was unbelievably terrifying.
Help!
He said it was very forceful, and it was very uncomfortable.
The ultimate fear was that my son was in danger.
In a case where you feel as though you're being pinned down or you are physically unable to move, it is very important that you emit a white light. So you need to picture a white light behind you, in front of you, around you, and it's surrounding you in positivity and in happiness.
Seeing Michael so traumatized, Julie wanted answers and reached out to paranormal investigator Linda Corino.
Hi, I'm Linda.
Julie seemed to be upset because Michael had never been afraid in the home before. They lived there for a little over 10 years, and never had he seemed upset.
Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
First, Linda tried to sense the entity in the house.
I didn't notice or feel anything particularly demonic or anything odd at first. It's really common for paranormal investigators to not feel anything right away. Sometimes whatever is there sort of lies in wait. The stairs definitely felt very busy energetically, enough to cause the door handle of Michael's bedroom to rattle.
Linda said there's a lot of motion and stuff flying up and down the stairs. And it started to become more real to me that this really could be something that my son is experiencing.
Kind of made me think it was true and I wasn't just imagining it and I was going crazy in my head.
The energy upstairs was nothing compared to what she was about to encounter.
The atmosphere in the basement definitely felt colder. It's usually when there is a spirit energy present, cold spots do happen.
Then Linda sensed the dark energy was concentrated around one area, Julie's antique dresser.
Immediately, I could see what appeared to me to be a female. And she seemed to be maybe from the 1800s, early 1900s, probably in her late 20s. And she was brushing her hair with one of those big paddle brushes.
The mysterious woman wasn't alone. Linda could sense something else, something terrible. Michael Stewart has been terrorized ever since his mother Julie brought home an antique dresser. Paranormal investigator Linda Corino discovered a female spirit attached to it, but also something much more sinister.
It seemed very tall. It definitely felt as if it was male, heavier.
Linda did say there was a negative spirit and that the spirit was angry. What Linda was describing to me was making my hair stand up on my arms.
He was the one who watched me. He was the angry spirit in the basement.
She said, "It's angry. It's trying to push me out of this room."
Worried about how physical the entity was, Linda decided to remove it immediately.
For a spirit to actually pull somebody means that they're obviously very strong. And they're aggressive, they're mean. Yeah, it's not good.
Linda had defeated the entity, but it wasn't gone for good. However, the encounter had given Linda a better idea of what was going on and how to stop it.
I really didn't get a sense that he came with the house. I got a sense that he was brought in. Mirrors can be portals to different worlds. The mirror had brought in entities, plural. There was a female wearing a white gown and a male entity that was grabbing Michael. It seemed to me that the best thing to do was not specifically to find out why it was there, but to get rid of it altogether. We wanted that spirit to be gone.
Linda made the suggestion that I cleanse the house and settle the spirits down.
When clients feel particularly compromised, I do advise them to speak to the entities because it is their home.
This is my house.
They need to tell them, don't bother me, please leave me be.
Leave us in peace.
We'll walk to every corner and every level of the house.
This is my house.
Explaining to the spirits that this is my house, please don't upset my son.
Eventually, they got to the dresser.
Leave us in peace.
So I had to smudge the mirrors because that's where they were coming from.
This is my house.
Smudging is a good idea. When you smudge, it's a purification ritual. It takes away the bad and it keeps the good.
Once we finished, I almost immediately felt a little bit more at ease. The house definitely felt less heavy. Occasionally, my mother does like to go shopping for antiques, but she rarely buys them now. She knows how unsettling it can be.
I guess I actually am a skeptic turned into a believer. I would say to anyone, even if you're not a believer, that these things can be real.
I still don't go in the basement as often as I used to. I rarely go in there by myself. And sometimes the lights still flicker.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time. When terrifying entities prey on innocent children.
They were coming for my baby.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, this is story number 2, The Bedroom Monster, featuring Allison.
It was a unit with 3 floors, so it was attached to other units as well. Initially, I was a little bit hesitant. I'd never lived so close to so many people, kind of in a complex type setting, but I was really actually quite happy here. My son, who was 8 at the time, started making a lot of friends. I thought it was quite perfect. I was happy there.
Allison and her son Cole came to love their new home. But then, strange things started to happen.
It wasn't until maybe a year after I moved in that I started kind of questioning the place. My son started having trouble falling asleep, thinking somebody was watching him from his closet. And I looked in his closet. I didn't see anything.
There's nothing.
He was terrified, and he spent the next hour and a half hugging me so tight, just shaking.
At first, Allison thought Cole was just having nightmares. But after a few weeks, she too began to sense something disturbing in the house.
I got very uncomfortable. I would get that feeling in the back of your neck where your hair stands up. You feel like somebody's right behind you, about to grab you. And you turn around, there's nothing there. And I would just almost hear like a snarling kind of laughter. I couldn't get away from it. There was a couple times where I saw a shadow and didn't say anything to Cole because I didn't want to scare him. And he would look at me and say,
Mom, did you see that? It's nothing, sweetie.
I knew I wasn't going crazy. I knew that he saw it too. And I started to really accept that there was something there.
After a few weeks, the troubling shadows escalated into something even more frightening.
I woke up hearing my son screaming. I ran into the room. And he was shaking and crying. He said, "Mommy, it had 1,000 teeth and it wanted to hurt me." He just kept talking about how many teeth it had. He described it as dragon teeth or shark teeth. I've never seen him like that scared. He was just white as a ghost and utterly terrified. I felt completely helpless. As a mother, you do everything you can to protect your kids, but I couldn't protect him from this.
Unable to move and with nowhere else to go, Allison tried to protect her son the best way she knew how.
For the next 2 or 3 months, he was sleeping in my room. His door stayed closed. I figured if I just close the door and leave it alone, it's not gonna bother any of us. It was very wrong. I was sitting with a friend at my kitchen table, which is right in front of my basement door, and I saw from behind him the basement door swing open very slowly. I didn't say anything to him because I didn't want to scare my friend. As we continue talking, the basement door slams shut. And I watched his face go completely white. He said, "There's something in here. I can feel it. It's watching me right now. There's nobody else here. How is this happening?"
If there was a monster in the house, it did not like Allison having company.
He described it as he felt somebody was standing behind him with their hands around his neck.
I'm sorry. I have to get out of here. I have to go. I can't. I gotta go.
After that episode, I felt unsafe in my home. It is such a lonely feeling to be in your own home and feel like you have no power over anything that happens.
Scared to be alone, Allison invited her best friend Katie to visit, but nobody was safe from the monster lurking inside.
Stay by, join.
I used to go over there all the time, almost every day.
Do you have anything to eat?
I went to grab a snack in the fridge. I just saw this big shadow.
After Allison Gilson's son Cole was terrified by a horrifying monster, she asked her friend Katie to keep them company.
I went to grab a snack in the fridge. I just saw this big shadow. It looked like it had a cloak, and it was huge. It was 7 foot tall, like floor to the ceiling. I could not speak, I could not move. I was just so frightened. The air was very heavy. It felt hot. I was sweaty, dizzy, disoriented. Everything just stopped. It was the most frightening moment I've ever had in my life.
Oh my God, Allison!
She came flying out, and she was shaking, and she was crying, and she was scared. I recall her saying over and over and over was that it's huge. This thing is so big, Allison. It's so big. My first instinct was to check on Cole. I flew into the house. I looked in Cole's room. It was so big, just unhuman-like. It appeared to me as if it was wearing a cloak or something that came to a peak. It had its head tipped down and was looking down at me, and all I saw were these holes where eyes should be, and there was nothing there. He was staring right at me, and I knew I was in a lot of trouble. It was the most shocking thing I've ever seen. I just felt completely vulnerable. He was trying to drive me out of my house, and there's nothing I can do about it.
If you leave an entity to its own demise and allow it to continue to haunt, 9 times out of 10 it will escalate. It doesn't just go away. It's trying to haunt you for a reason. It's trying to get your attention, whether it wants you to leave or it wants to warn you about something.
She came flying downstairs. She was frightened, and she told me she needed to call her brother.
I got on the phone with my brother, Chris. He is a psychic medium.
Chris, I need you here, now.
I definitely felt that my son and I were both in danger.
Chris arrived late and planned to do a full psychic investigation the next day. But the monster had other plans.
He spent the night at my place and was lying on the couch.
I'm here now. Try and get some sleep, okay?
He felt something come up from the basement. And it looked at him. And then went back down into the basement.
Despite his fear, Chris followed the entity into the basement. desperate to protect his sister.
And he came running back up. The look on his face, he was pale, he was sweating, and he was shaking. And he doesn't scare very easily. He wouldn't tell me what he saw. He just said, you either need a priest or you need to move. I can't do anything with this. I can't go anywhere near it. It wants you out of there, and then it's going to continue fighting until you eventually leave. I called my landlord and I gave 2 months' notice. It wasn't anything I could fight. It was helpless.
Allison and her son moved out, and although they have not encountered the monster since, Allison still has not found peace.
I'm always gonna have my backup. I'm always gonna feel like at any moment it could come back.
Malevolent entities will often terrorize children directly, but sometimes evil spirits will target a child in order to control and intimidate their parents.
Okay, this is Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 15, Julie's Disturbed Child, interview featuring Julie. Market.
It was a one-story bungalow. It was myself and my son Nathan who lived in that house. It was quiet at first.
Julie and Nathan lived a normal life.
Nathan, time for dinner.
Until a strange encounter changed everything.
I took Nathan to the bathroom, and right behind our bathtub was a window. And he had just turned, looked at the window, and said, "Who's that man?"
Single mom Julie Calder's son Nathan had spotted something unusual through the bathroom window. Things turned even stranger when he told Julie what he had seen.
No, sweetheart, there isn't anybody there.
I said, "There's no man there." And he said, "Yes, there is. There's a man there."
And I was only like 5, 6, 7 at this time, so I thought nothing of it.
I thought, oh no, you're just seeing things. But I didn't really know at that point.
That wouldn't be the last time Nathan saw the man. Soon Nathan began seeing the mysterious man regularly. And whenever he was around, strange things would happen.
When my son saw him, the lights would turn on and off, TV would turn on and off. The kids' toys were like playing by themselves.
Mom! The man's outside again!
He said he was wearing a lumberjack jacket. He was like a big, burly guy and scary, and I didn't see anybody there.
Come away from the window.
I didn't understand what was going on. I felt scared.
Struggling to explain who or what Nathan was seeing, one theory appealed to Julie.
I was sure he was seeing a spirit, yeah. Just the way he described the situation.
I was freaked out, obviously, but I didn't really understand it that much.
Out of desperation, Julie turned to the paranormal for answers.
This is when it all went bad. I bought a spirit board. It was an old one, and I wanted to see why he was lurking around.
Any type of communicating with the spiritual realm can become dangerous. It's like opening Pandora's box.
What's your name?
Right away, a spirit came through very strong, and I asked him what his name was. He said, "The Man." He befriended me. He was very nice, very kind.
How old are you? 85.
He made me feel like I wanted to continue communicating with him like that. He was okay for about a year.
While Julie communicated with the spirit almost every day, Nathan saw the man less and less. Things had calmed down until one conversation changed everything.
I was asking him questions about boyfriends.
Will I find a boyfriend soon?
And he immediately got very possessive, and he said that I was his. He said, "You're mine." And the board came up off the table. And it started spinning in circles. The lights would go off, and at the same time, he would be spelling out curse words, and "I'm going to kill you, and you're gonna die." And I felt so scared.
Scared by his threats, Julie felt the activity in the house take a darker turn, too.
Everywhere I went, he was there. I could feel him close to me all the time, like somebody was breathing on me. I just wanted him to go away, and he wouldn't go away. I was very afraid. I just needed it to be done with.
Afraid of what he might do next, Julie decided to stop using the spirit board.
But the activity did not die down. It got worse.
Despite months of torment at the hands of the man, Julie tried to get on with her life. She found a partner and shortly afterwards became pregnant. But that's when the activity started to focus on her son.
Nathan really started being affected. There was this heart balloon that I bought for Nathan, and you could see it as if somebody was pulling on the string. There was no air conditioning and there was no heating vents or anything that was creating wind. Well, I knew at that point it was a spirit.
Julie Calder's son Nathan would often see a mysterious man outside their house. Desperate for answers, Julie consulted a spirit board, but that only made things worse.
There was this heart balloon that I bought for Nathan, and you could see it as if somebody was pulling on the string. There was no air conditioning and there was no heating vents or anything that was creating wind. I knew at that point it was a spirit. Nathan spoke about this boy.
Mommy, he's my friend. He lives in my...
Nathan would start telling me about the boy, and then he would stop very abruptly. And when I would pursue the questions, he would tell me that the boy was telling him not to talk about him.
The little boy was anything but Nathan's friend. He was his greatest danger.
He looked like a younger boy, about the same age as me, but he just had this dark feeling to him. Like, you can tell when they're gonna grow up to be a bad person. He was just there all the time, telling me what to do, forcing me to do stuff.
One day, the little ghost boy forced Nathan to hurt himself.
So I opened that drawer, and it was a big, heavy drawer. So I opened it, stuck my hand in it. And then slammed it in.
All of a sudden, I heard this big crash.
Mom!
He had his hands in the dresser drawer. And he said, the boy made me do it. Oh my God, I was scared. I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life. I was worried he was being possessed. And I thought maybe the man was getting nowhere with me, so he started going after Nathan by coming in the form of a boy.
Fearing for Nathan's safety, and with another baby on the way, Julie reluctantly used her spirit board to beg the spirit to leave them alone.
Are you possessing Nathan? What do you want?
Their responses would be like, your baby's mine, I'm gonna take your baby. They were coming for my baby. I knew I made a mistake. Again. I stopped right away. And I swore I would never use it again.
Convinced that the spirit board was behind the escalating activity, Julie decided to destroy it.
I ended up burning the board. And there was like this really high-pitched screaming sound from the board.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
I was praying for a fresh start. I just wanted to start over. I wanted just everything to be gone.
But getting rid of the man wasn't so simple.
Nathan's behavior changed very drastically, very quickly. He became violent at school. He was violent at home.
Baby, what's wrong? Oh, Nathan!
And I noticed he started getting these really dark circles under his eyes. I wasn't sure if I could trust him. Preston was sleeping in his crib, and all of a sudden over the baby monitor, I heard, it was a really loud, grumbly voice. I was really scared because I was remembering the spirit board telling me they were going to take my baby. I grabbed the baby so fast. I was very scared it would physically harm the kids or myself. I was so scared, I called Betty right away.
With both of her sons under attack, Julie called for help.
When I first entered the house, immediately I sensed the male. The male was attached to Julie, but was channeling through Nathan. So that is actually what a possession is. Possession, very simply, is a spirit entering you and influencing you. This spirit was influencing him in a negative way, and Nathan was becoming violent.
Nathan, are you okay?
I noticed Nathan had bags under his eyes, dark circles. He was exhausted from channeling this spirit.
Betty explained to me that these spirits were dangerous because spirits need energy to stay here. That's why his body looked physically like he hadn't slept, because his body was not at rest.
What I had to do was I had to close Nathan's third eye, which I did by asking him to visualize an eye over his forehead, and I would use a pendulum, and the pendulum would tell me when that eye was closed. No longer did he see that man or hear that man, or that man didn't channel through him anymore.
Nathan was no longer under the spirit's influence, but it wasn't going to leave Julie alone without a fight.
I recall Betty saying she felt drawn to the basement because she felt a male spirit down there.
In the basement, I came across the man. At that point, I heard something and I turned, and when I went back to the male, he had punched me in the face. And then he started choking me. I couldn't breathe. This particular spirit was very, very strong, and he was very dangerous.
Locked in a mortal struggle, Betty was running out of time. Psychic medium Betty was being choked by a spirit known as the Man. Struggling for breath, she had only one chance to save herself, by creating a portal to the spirit world, known as the Sacred Circle.
We create the Sacred Circle. I cross the 2 dimensions and push the spirit in. Once the door is closed, they cannot come back, ever. It was very, very difficult to cross him over because of my injury, but we did prevail and we ended up getting rid of him.
The boys have been fine since then. Healthy, happy. I feel very remorseful because I feel like I brought this to my kids. And it definitely taught me a huge lesson. Don't use a spirit board, not at all, for any reason. No good ever comes of it.
Spirits intent on evil will often befriend innocent and trusting children who then invite them into a home. But once inside, the spirit will cause fear, suffering, and even pain.
Paranormal Survivor, Season 3, Valerie's upstairs haunting, Valerie interview, take 1.
It was a very old house. I believe it was around 200 years old.
Valerie and her 2 sons, Isaiah and Devin, had been going through a tough time. Now a local church had invited them to stay in a nearby parsonage.
I want this room.
We were very grateful. Boys each had their own bedroom, which was a first for them, so they were excited about it. It was definitely more space than we'd ever had as a family.
Almost immediately, Valerie had a disturbing feeling about Isaiah's bedroom.
There was just a heaviness. It was just a very unpleasant feeling. Like we didn't belong there. that I definitely had the feeling that we weren't alone. But Isaiah was insistent that he wanted to be in that room.
Soon, strange things would happen whenever Isaiah was around.
From the day that we moved in, we often had lights go on and off by themselves. We attributed some of it to it being an old house. And all of a sudden, the TV went on its own. That literally took my breath away. We would hear voices. We started hearing what sounded a lot like somebody was dropping a work boot. It sounded like they had taken off a work boot and then just dropped it onto the hardwood floor.
The sound was coming from Isaiah's room.
I dreaded going upstairs. The hair on the back of my neck would stand up. It was like just a wall of heaviness.
If you go into a specific area of your home and you feel as though it's hard to breathe, you feel like things are being pushed on your chest, that usually is a sign of a haunting.
Just felt like your body was being weighed down. I always felt like there was something just out of my sight, like just behind me. I literally felt like something could reach out and grab me. I know what I felt, and it was scary.
As the activity around Isaiah intensified, Valerie discovered her son had been keeping a chilling secret.
My son would sit on the floor in the closet, and he would have a conversation with his friend. He called this, whatever it was, his friend. It appeared that he was having a conversation with something that I couldn't see.
Isaiah?
He would describe his friend, you know, as kind of dressed in Native American garb. This friend went everywhere with him.
Sometimes when an entity comes into the home and there's children, it will try and befriend the children first because the children are more accepting and they're more innocent.
Come, just get out of there.
I started to believe that there really was something in that house.
Valerie's worst fears were soon confirmed. Isaiah's friend was more than just a figment of his imagination.
Mom, you better get in here. The toys would be out of the toy box. After we would leave and go somewhere and come back, and toys would be out of the toy box. And then this ball just came bouncing down the stairs. And there was no one up there. All of us kind of looked at each other like, what just happened? This is crazy. It freaked me out. I kind of felt like it was the little native boy trying to get Isaiah's attention.
Then the activity took a worrying new turn and started to focus on Valerie.
One day I was, wiping down the countertops, and all of a sudden I hear footsteps coming up the steps. I mean, they definitely sounded like a man's work boots trudging up the stairs. And I came out, there was nobody there. It scared me. It was definitely upstairs. You could hear the banging. I mean, the banging, the boots dropping, scuffling.
It seemed the little boy wasn't the only spirit in the house.
There was a full conversation going on upstairs. I can hear all the people talking, running around, jumping. It was so loud, you would think that there were 20 people in the house. Whatever was happening was different. It was darker. It almost seemed angry. There was an inch gap under Isaiah's door, and there was a black shadow moving across under the door, almost like somebody was walking behind the door. I really believed that I was seeing something that shouldn't be there, that didn't belong there. And I was scared. I was really scared. I was the only one in the house at that time. I remember this icy cold feeling going down my back. And I felt like somebody took their finger and went right up the back of my neck.
After moving into an old home, Valerie Fragrassi's son Isaiah had been plagued by troubling events. But then the activity began to target Valerie.
There was an inch gap under Isaiah's door, and there was a black shadow moving across under the door, almost like somebody was walking behind the door. I really believed that I was seeing something that shouldn't be there, that didn't belong there. And I was scared. I was really scared. I was the only one in the house at that time. I remember this icy cold feeling going down my back. And I felt like somebody took their finger and went right up the back of my neck. I didn't want to turn to look because I had the feeling that there was something there. This was something that was touching me, and it wanted me to know that it was touching me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this shadow. It was the blackest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it was blacker than nighttime. I really thought that something was going to hurt me. I felt probably more scared than I've ever felt in my life. I knew at that point that I needed help.
Scared that this terrifying new entity would harm her sons, Valerie sent them to live with a friend and called in paranormal investigator Ted Van Son.
When I first met Valerie, her emotions were pretty wrecked. She was worried.
Yeah.
My first reaction was walk through the house and make sure that what she was sensing was real.
I'm just gonna get my equipment ready and we'll go have a look.
You started to feel like you weren't alone. You started feeling like someone was watching you. And when you looked up the stairs, you got this overwhelming feeling. Like you don't belong there, like something is just waiting to pounce on you when you walk up the stairs. In fact, my arms are tingling right now from it. Me being an investigator, I don't get that feeling very often. The fear is real. Walking up the stairs, it got heavier and heavier on your chest. Picture a dark room with no air, and that's what it felt like.
Ted did notice this stifling feeling of not being able to breathe, to catch your breath.
You okay? I wasn't expecting that.
I didn't want to be up there.
When we got to the top of the stairs, you felt an instant draw to the boys' room. We went through and we did EVPs.
The levels are definitely strong in here. Is there any spirit present in here?
Most times the reactions that we get are one-word answers.
Is there any spirit present in here?
The EVP said, fear.
It's really getting stronger.
It was a boy's voice, a little kid's voice.
Listen.
It was afraid of something else in the house.
I'd heard something moving under Isaiah's bed.
Why is this spirit so afraid? When you're sitting in a dark room and you hear a loud bang, it startles you. This knock was not just a small little knock. It was sort of like we're intruding. And this was to tell us, you're not alone. We believe that the spirit that caused the bang or the loud knock was definitely the malevolent dark shadow that Valerie has seen. It wanted to push them out.
Oh, my God.
We did our research, and the land that that house is on, there were Indian burials there. The little native boy was there to protect her children, to play with her children. But this other spirit, this dark shadow that was there, he didn't like them being there. And that spirit belonged in that house, and he was there way before they were. I truly believe it will never leave.
The spirit isn't going anywhere. You need to move.
I felt like it was trying to scare us. I felt like it was trying to intimidate us, and I knew it was time to go. Telling the story makes my heart race. It makes me feel frightened. There was something dark in that house. I don't ever want to see it again. It's burned in my memory. I can close my eyes at night and still envision it. I'll never forget it, as long as I live.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
Something is here. Something is trying to harm us.
When ghosts get physical.
You could offer me $1 million, I wouldn't go back into that place.
This is not my imagination.
Get out.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 5, Christine's Haunted Apartment, featuring Christine.
I'll never forget when we moved in.
I'm just gonna take this out of my room.
We were very excited. It was a really nice place, very spacious. I was already envisioning how I was gonna decorate it. It was a new beginning, and it was gonna be our home for quite some time.
I thought it was gonna be so much fun moving to this big apartment building. Thought I was gonna make so many friends, thought it was gonna be just a great time.
But their excitement soon wore off when unexplained events started to occur.
It was about 3 months after we moved in, and I'd hear a lot of like footsteps. I would hear footsteps running down the hallway. And then like a door slam, and then giggling.
There would be footsteps that would go up and down our hallway in our apartment. Boom, 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 down the hallway. And it would terrify you. Standing there, you'd think a huge man was coming.
What was that?
It's just next door, baby.
Okay. And I'd think maybe the walls are thin and I'm hearing something next door.
Christine tried not to think about the activity until it could no longer be ignored.
I heard this loud crashing in the kitchen, and it just sounded like hundreds of plates just crashing to the floor. And I bolted up and ran to the kitchen. All the cutlery's on the floor. The plates are all over the floor. Every dish in my cupboard is on the floor. All the cupboard doors are open. The fridge door is open. And I was like, who is breaking into my house and doing this? I was still in denial that something paranormal was going on.
In my experience, when paranormal activity is left and not investigated, just left by itself, it tends to become more intense. And the reason that it tends to become more intense is basically because you're ignoring it. Whatever it is that's there wants our attention. When we ignore it, it's kind of like a child who we continue to ignore. They're going to do something that's going to be completely crazy, completely out of the moon, off the wall. So they're going to intensify whatever energies there are in their immediate area.
Christine hoped the activity wouldn't get any worse, but then it started to focus on the things she loved most, her son Sam.
Do you want to play with black paper colors on purple, green, and blue?
As time went on, I started to hear voices, and they were coming from inside my room. I was just absolutely terrified. I ended up covering my face in my blanket to try to hide from them. The most common voice I heard was a boy about my age, and he would constantly ask me to come play with him. He almost looked like me. His hair was a little bit darker, and I couldn't really ever see his eyes.
And I'd go check on my son, and I would ask Sam, you know, were you just laughing? Oh no, Mom, that was David. He's laughing. I'd go, who's David? And he would go, well, he's the little boy that comes here sometimes. And I thought, okay, something's going on. There's something here that can't be explained.
It soon became clear that the little boy's spirit didn't want Sam as a friend.
I was in bed sleeping. The door swung open so hard that it hit the wall, and that kind of jolted me awake, and then I heard, "Mommy," and I thought it was my son. And I just patted the bed behind me and I says, "Did you have another bad dream, Sam?" And I said, "Come to bed with Mommy." And then I could hear the footsteps creak, creak, creak across the wooden floor. And I could feel the bed pressing in, like weight was going onto the bed. And I rolled over to embrace my son to calm him down. And then that's when David was saying that he wanted to kill my son and take his place in his body. Like, I just went into absolute panic. And I just like bolted dead out of bed. You know, where's my child? What did you do with my child? At that point, I thought he had carried through on his promise of getting rid of my son. Oh my God, I was terrified. Absolutely terrified.
To her relief, Christine found Sam unharmed. But from that point on, Sam was tormented on a daily basis.
My son started to become a big target for whatever was in that apartment. They tried to hurt him. They would throw things at him. They would wake him up and torment him.
Things would go flying across my room, flying towards me.
I'll never leave you alone!
People screaming at me just inches from my face, yelling at me at the top of their lungs.
He was losing sleep. He was suffering at school. He didn't know how to deal with what was going on. He was scared, terrified, screaming all the time.
Everything that I would hear would make me jump, would make me cry, would make me scared. This happened for 3 years while we were living in that apartment. And it started to affect me. It started to make me think about ending my own life so that I could get away from it. And I was thinking about jumping out in front of a bus to try to escape the torment.
It seemed the entity wanted to terrorize Sam to death. Homeowner Christine McGee's son had his life threatened by a terrifying entity haunting their apartment.
I'll never leave you alone!
After 3 years of mental torment, the torture had become brutally physical.
He was screaming for his life. He woke up literally hanging in his bed.
When I woke up, I was filled with so much fear. There's no way I could have gotten into that position by myself. I knew something had to have pulled me out of the bed. I don't remember anything from that. I just remember waking up and being scared.
Well, a spirit may wish to do something physical to a human being, to exert their power or exert their energy or their force upon them, to let them know that I'm here, I mean business, and whatever you do, you're kind of powerless because I'm going to do whatever I want to do.
That was it. After I saw him being attacked in that way, that's when I decided that he needed to get to a safe place. I sent him away to my parents, and I just had enough. It had to stop. We had to go or it was gonna kill us. I believe that.
Alone in the apartment, Christine became the focus of the torment.
I was sitting on the couch watching TV, and I hear footsteps behind me. It's almost like a very large man in work boots was coming up behind me. And then all of a sudden, these hands grab my feet, and I look down and there's these hands wrapped around my ankles. He wasn't letting go. Whoever it was not letting go. I screamed and I pulled, like yanked, literally yanked my feet out from his hands, and I was done. I wasn't sticking around anymore in that house. I'd had enough. I left the home, I left everything. Left all of my belongings, took what I could carry in my arm, took a few pictures of my son, clothes on my back, and left. Never went back. Never wanted anything to do with the place. It destroyed us, totally destroyed us.
I think if we stayed, something bad would have happened. You could offer me $1 million, I wouldn't go back into that place.
And every time I drive by that building to this day, I shiver, I start shaking, and I just want to throw up because I think it's still there. I believe it's still there to this day.
Paranormal entities sometimes physically assault their victims so severely they're left battered, bruised, and afraid. But on rare and terrifying occasions, a physical attack by an evil spirit can be potentially life-threatening.
Paranormal Survivor 3, this is story number 9, Danielle's haunting marker.
Hey guys, we're in the back.
Hey.
Karen and I go way back. We've been friends, well, I'd probably say at least 25 years.
Oh, that's my little baby. There's my little sweetie. Hey. How's it going? Oh.
We pretty much call each other every other day.
When Danielle had some exciting news, it was Karen she told first.
We're pregnant again.
When Levi was about 8 months of age, we found out that we were actually pregnant with my daughter. And we're just over the moon, really.
Oh,
You would have expected her to have been happy with,
it's great.
you know, adding another child to our family. But for some reason, it didn't go over as smoothly as we had anticipated.
Karen's behavior was weird, but it was nothing compared to the confusing and frightening events that soon followed.
So I started having nightmares, really scary nightmares. In some of my dreams, it was more our family was being attacked. It was a very dark, tall thing. I never could really tell what it was. I was never able to actually see any features on its face. He was in a black, heavy suit with a black hat. It was almost like he was from another century. And I'd be, you know, kicking it, hitting it, everything that I could to push it away from us. I'd scream at it, and nothing ever quite got it away from us.
One night, Danielle's terrifying dreams became a waking nightmare.
I would wake up in the middle of the night. I would see this figure at the end of my bed, staring at me. I'd have this huge, heavy weight on my body. I couldn't actually move physically. I would try to scream, and I couldn't get anything out.
Yeah, she said at first it would be at the foot of our bed or just inside our room, and then it started to be more towards her side of the bed.
The figure conveyed a very, very scary, hateful feeling, like it wanted to hurt me. I'd be really scared. Extremely frightening, but it definitely just made you feel very fearful for your life. I was fearful that that being or whatever was there was going to harm my son.
Homeowner Danielle Lowe had been plagued by terrible nightmares. But then, the dreams became a horrifying reality.
I was fearful that that being or whatever was there was going to harm my son.
I mean, her fear was someone actually there. It felt that real to her.
Shadow figures normally are malevolent.
Soon, the shadowy figure was tormenting Danielle night and day.
No matter what I was doing, I just always felt a heavy presence and just heaviness on my chest. There was no way to get it away from me. It just always came with the sudden feeling that something was hanging over my shoulder, watching everything that I did. I tried to leave the house a lot. I had told Karen that I was very worried about the safety of my children, and she sort of just slummed it off as if it was nothing.
But Danielle was right to worry about the safety of Levi and her unborn child.
My husband and I usually in the evening would watch TV together. So when we started to hear the footsteps in the spare bedroom, we thought, well, no one else is in the house other than us. And it almost seemed like it wanted us to know that it was there, because it just started to get more and more loud. You would hear the rocking chair move a couple of times, and sometimes we would go into his room to check on him, and it would slowly be rocking.
It was just like someone had gotten up from it. The gentle movement of it settling itself.
Nothing made sense as to why it was rocking.
And at that point, you know, I'm not questioning anything anymore. There's something going on in his room.
The next day, Danielle got a surprise visitor.
Hey. Hi.
We hadn't really spoken to Karen as much as we used to.
Okay,
And then when she had come by, there would always be some sort of negativity brought into the house. And we were both on our way up to the top of the stairs.
With Karen around, the activity turned dangerously violent.
As I went to turn, I just came plummeting down the stairs. I was pretty shaken up, and I was in complete shock, so it took a couple of minutes for me to realize, okay, I just fell down the stairs and I'm pregnant, 7 months here. This could be really bad. Well, I definitely did not trip, and I definitely did not lose my balance. Something had pushed me or willed me to fall down the stairs.
You know, I felt sick to my stomach. Danielle was obviously in shock. She couldn't believe what had just happened, and then was obviously worried about the baby.
Are you okay? It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. What happened? She just fell. I don't know.
As soon as I fell down the stairs, Karen came running down the stairs saying, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you."
Obviously, who would think that, right? And, you know, no person's gonna throw someone else down the stairs. It was just odd that someone would be saying that.
I started to think that she possibly could be connected.
Go.
I knew that I hadn't fallen on my own accord down the stairs, so something is here. Something is trying to harm us.
Luckily, no lasting harm was done to mother or baby, and soon after, Danielle and Rob welcomed their daughter Lennon into their lives. By contrast, Karen had completely disappeared.
It was hard because Karen and I were very, very close. So it was very disappointing that she wasn't there to, you know, be a part of the happiness.
Karen had gone, but the activity continued.
All of a sudden we heard a door close, and it was like a slamming door close.
By this point, I'm an absolute believer that this is happening. This is not my imagination.
That was the last straw for me. I was just at my wit's end, and I knew for sure something was there, and I needed someone to come and to get rid of it.
Fearing for the safety of their children, Danielle and Rob asked psychic medium Tammy Taylor for help.
When I got to the house, you could see there was a sense of darkness. Danielle had this beautiful energy. Her family had this beautiful energy, but there was a lot of blackness. And I knew right away that she had some sort of negative attachments connected to her. She was scared. She knew that there was something in the house. Whatever it was, she wanted it gone.
Concerned Danielle and her family were in danger, Tammy headed toward the source of the negative energy.
She walked up the stairs, stopped on the stair that Danielle said she fell from, and said something bad really happened. It happened like right here. I really feel it.
After something had shoved expectant mother Danielle Lowe down her stairs, psychic medium Tammy Taylor had a troubling theory.
And I could see that somebody had been pushed and that this dark entity had pushed Danielle on the stairs.
So when she started to describe the figure, I didn't even know what to say. I sort of had the shivers up my back and the goosebumps, just because I knew that something definitely had been there the whole time.
It takes a lot of energy for a negative entity to interfere within the physical, to be able to push somebody, to be able to push an object, to be able to push a person. This entity clearly had a lot of anger, a lot of strength, and a clear connection to Danielle. It was a very dangerous situation.
An entity would want to push someone down the stairs to give them a clear indication that they wish to cause harm. They don't want them to be there. They're powerful. They want to exert their force. And by pushing them down the stairs, by doing something physical, it shows this person that they're there and they can do something. That's absolutely terrifying. It's not just that they're seeing things, they're actually capable of causing physical harm.
The stairs wasn't the only place that Tammy sensed dark forces.
She said that there was negative energy in his bedroom. That really alarmed me.
Tammy sensed something else in Levi's room, too.
Danielle's son, a beautiful little boy, he had his crib, and there was a rocking chair. I knew immediately that there was a family member, that there was an uncle sitting in that chair, and he was watching over. He was protecting Levi from these negative entities that were in this house.
It was a comforting feeling to know that, you know, someone was there protecting him, but at the same time, it was scary that, you know, this thing or being could have been there the whole time and we didn't even know.
Fearing that the spirit of Danielle's uncle couldn't protect the family against a powerful negative entity forever, Tammy decided to remove the shadowy figure.
And I was standing beside the bed and I was cleansing. I started to see visions of these shadow men. I knew exactly where they would stand beside her bed, terrifying her.
But why? Why would you do this to us?
I right away had asked her, why is it even here? What does it want?
Tammy was stunned to discover why the shadowy figure was tormenting the family.
I was given some visions of somebody who was close to Danielle. It was a female, and somebody Danielle had known for a long time who had a lot of anger issues, had a lot of control issues, and that brought in more negative energy, more negative spirits. And this shadow man was the product of that, and was in Danielle's world, and again, creating that fear, that discomfort, and all those negative emotions. And again, this was projected from someone in Danielle's life. And when I started to describe this person, Danielle knew immediately who it was.
I was very, very shocked. I didn't really know what to think.
Danielle's little girl had some past life connections to this Karen. Her daughter had actually been somebody who had been very strong and was one of the few people that was able to get the upper hand with this woman. I don't think that Karen had any conscious feelings, but on some level, she would have seen that child as a threat. I have absolutely no doubt that that past life battle between the two was, again, coming to the surface in this lifetime.
Tammy tried to remove the negative entity once and for all, but it wasn't going without a fight.
Sometimes when you're dealing with negative entities, they'll do different things to get you to back off. They'll frighten you. In this case, they were saying to me, this won't work. You have no power here. And I just kept forging ahead with the work.
As cliche as it sounds, it was like walking into the light.
As soon as we went through that process, it was just like a door had opened to heaven. It was just so bright. The feeling of darkness had gone, and it just was just a different presence in the house. That thing was not watching over me, and I still don't wake up to bad nightmares or have that shadow man at the end of my bed.
The sounds, the doors, the walking wasn't happening anymore.
You go to bed every night thinking, okay, like, you lock your doors and take care of your children and make sure everybody's safe. But then there's nothing there to protect you from things like this.
Having just one paranormal entity that opens doors, moves objects, and physically harms the living can be a harrowing experience. But when a home has multiple spirits intent on causing physical pain and suffering, life can become unbearable.
Paranormal Survivors 3, Roseanne's apartment, take 1, Mark.
I moved into my first apartment in 1995. It was exciting. I was, in my 20s. I was single. I had a new job. It was a great time in my life.
She was extremely excited and, about being in a place on her own now. I didn't want her to move in the first place, but she was very excited.
Oh, yeah. It's so weird. Is it chilly? There's a draft or something. Yeah, maybe I'll have to.
Roseanne soon discovered that her new apartment wasn't as perfect as it first appeared.
There was one cold spot when you walked into the front. You could almost see your breath. I would just feel, chills up my spine. I thought it was a breeze coming through the front door.
So how's the movie going? Good. Good. I bet you... What the... Have you seen this? Yeah. Is it Vogue, maybe?
Roseanne Safani had just moved out of her parents' home and into her first apartment when she started to notice that something wasn't quite right.
So how's the movie going? Good. Good. I bet you...
She was having a few issues with the electronics. Her lights would go out.
And I had a new lamp that I just purchased. My lamp would flicker on and off.
I don't know. Something must be wrong with
I don't know what.
I just thought because I was new in the apartment building that that's why those things were happening.
In fact, almost anything Roseanne touched stopped working.
My curling iron just completely died. My television would flicker on and off. My computer wouldn't work. It was just bizarre. Like everything I had electronic just kept going out. There was one particular incident when I bought my new blow dryer. There was a flame that shot out of it. It didn't catch fire, but there was a flame. I was just afraid now at this point because I thought something was going to harm me. There was something going on, and it scared me.
Unable to find a rational explanation for the problems, Roseanne became fearful that something darker was at work.
Paranormal entities can often play with things that are energy. Because they are energy, they like to draw upon energy. So electric things, TVs, radios, hair dryers, anything that draws any kind of energy source, they tend to play with them. So they'll turn things off and on. That's a strong entity. It tells you a lot about the strength of that entity.
It wasn't just the electronics. Soon, Roseanne began hearing and feeling disturbing things.
I would hear these strange sounds. It was whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was like a wavy, swooshing sound it was very loud. So I would feel that someone was watching me. I would feel the presence very strong. So I heard the swishing in the hallway, in my living room, and in my kitchen. And the swishing sound became very loud. I did pray a lot, so every time I would hear a swishing, I would grab my crucifix and I would say Hail Marys.
Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother.
I thought my apartment was haunted at this point. I was frightened.
God, pray for us sinners, now at the hour of our death. Amen.
Roseanne tried to carry on with her life until one incident proved too much.
When I would take a shower, I felt very uncomfortable. I just felt like someone was always watching me. There was the steam from the shower. So the words help, H-E-L-P, appeared. It was horrifying. I just hurried up, got dressed, and got out of there as fast as I could.
Too terrified to be home alone, Roseanne asked her mother to stay over, but that didn't stop the activity.
I just remember how upset she was. I didn't want her to stay there. I wanted her to come back home. A mother does not want her child, no matter how old they are, to have to go through anything of this nature.
We were watching the baseball game. I heard that swishing sound again. So I said, Mom, see, this is what I'm talking about.
That's the sound. That's totally creepy.
And then it would stop.
You know, I didn't know what to think. I was like freaked out myself.
And we heard the cupboard doors in the kitchen opening and closing, and they were slamming.
I saw the cupboard door open and shut. And there was no one there at all.
I freaked out. That was unexplainable.
I suggested that she should have a priest come in to her apartment, and I just wanted her to come home. I wanted her out of that apartment.
Against her mother's wishes, Roseanne stayed in the apartment. It was a decision she would almost immediately regret.
I was getting ready for bed, and I crawled in, and I put my comforter over me. And all of a sudden, I saw just like indentations on the bed that were happening up my leg. It always started on my feet, up my thighs, and then it would go all the way up to my head.
Ever since she moved into her new apartment, Roseanne Safani had been plagued by troubling activity. But the haunting became physical when something unseen grabbed her while she slept.
It felt like hands. There was a lot of anger. It was an angry type of movement. And I would be, you know, scared and just hope it would end soon. It was beyond terrifying. It was beyond words. You can't ever physically describe the fear you have when someone's touching you that you can't see.
Roseanne's attack left lasting physical injuries.
I couldn't figure out how could a presence that I can't see create a black and blue on my body. What's gonna happen next? That was my fear. If I'm getting black and blues on my leg, what is this capable of doing to me?
As a psychic, when I get touched, it's usually a spirit validifying that I am here, I want you to talk to me. But when somebody who doesn't understand what's happening and they're being touched, that usually means that they don't want you there. It's time that you need to get a professional in and have an investigation done and find out what's going on in your home.
Whatever had attacked Roseanne wasn't finished with her yet.
And it just sounded like a loud wind, a swishing sound. It was like a tornado of sound. It was like something just was on a rampage through the whole place. was shaking. I wanted to get out. I literally was in my pajamas. I didn't even have shoes on. I just needed someone to help me.
No longer able to endure the relentless torment, Roseanne called paranormal investigator Marianne Winkowski for help.
I did a lot of work in those apartments. I bet there's 400 apartments there. I probably was there at least 75 times. I was a little more concerned for her apartment because of her black and blue marks.
Marianne immediately sensed what was behind Roseanne's haunting, a spiritual doorway known as a portal.
A portal is an energy opening. It's not made by a ghost. It is made by something very negative that happened. If there was a murder in the house, a suicide in the house, a very certain kind of spirit comes out of a portal. It's somebody that really did something bad when they were alive.
She told me there were a couple of spirits in my apartment. One of them committed suicide in my apartment. And one was an old woman who died in the apartment. There was an old woman who she said liked to hang out in the kitchen. And she's the one who would play with my cupboards.
I can see him. I see him as clear as I see a regular person, see their hair colored, the clothes they have on. She was not your sweet old lady that just died and decided to stick around. She wanted help to cross over.
Marianne explained that this was a residual haunting of a woman that previously lived in the apartment, and that she was harmless. Using her psychic abilities, Marianne helped remove the female spirit from the apartment.
As soon as I create that light, I can watch them walk into the white light. When I can't see them anymore, I close the light, and they're where they need to be.
Marianne then focused her attention on the male spirit. Using her psychic abilities, she was able to determine that it was he who watched Roseanne in the shower. And he who attacked her in bed. Worryingly, Marianne also sensed the male spirit was very powerful and wouldn't leave without a fight.
Open the heavens! Get rid of the evil that is...
It was just a horrible feeling there. I felt like a weight was sitting on me.
A lot of people that come out of the portal don't want to go to the light. I think they're afraid of retribution.
Eventually, Marianne was able to banish the spirit.
I felt a huge sense of peace come over me, and I felt like it went away. But I still didn't want to live there, so I ended up leaving. I now understand what it feels like to have a spirit near. It'll never go away. I don't think that experience ever leaves a person once you feel that. It's out there and it's real and it's scary.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I looked in the eyes of the devil.
When ghosts speak.
It could get very, very, very dangerous.
She was literally attacked.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 18, Princess House of Horrors.
My family and I moved in there about 1968. I was 12 years old. My sister was 11. It was a Spanish-style home. My mom loved that house, my dad too.
The family enjoyed their new home until Maritza's father, Richard, unknowingly unleashed something sinister.
My father went out and cut down this old tree. And that's when things started changing in the house. It woke something up that shouldn't have been woken. My dad was walking down the hallway, and something came up behind him and grabbed his waist. He turned around thinking it was my mother, and no one was there. And it was a hard grab, so that kind of baffled him. The longer we lived in the house, the more prominent it became.
The activity quickly escalated into something more troubling.
Right away, there was this walking sound. And it would walk back and forth up in the attic. My father never believed in any of the spirit world. So he just kept thinking, you know, it's his imagination. But it gets to a point where it's not your imagination.
Even Richard couldn't ignore what happened next.
It would not let them sleep. The bed started shaking every single night, and it was shaking it really hard. Sometimes it would literally pick up like the end of the bed and drop it, and the windows would fly open. That's how powerful that thing was. They came to realize that something's very wrong in the house.
It wasn't long before Maritza and her sister experienced the activity for themselves.
My sister and I both started feeling like somebody was watching us all the time. And we would feel someone breathing on our neck.
Sorry. 3?
We could hear her, you know, like a faint giggle. Every day our hair was being pulled. And then we started feeling someone pinching us.
Pinched me.
Mom! It happened all the time.
Mom! Mom! Someone pulled my hair.
Something's hurting us, and we can't see it.
The activity continued to escalate until Maritza and her sister saw something truly terrifying.
We're just gonna go to the pharmacy to pick up something from my dad, and they were gonna come home. And we heard some noises coming down the hallway. We heard, and we could hear it would take a step, and it would drag a leg. And it would take a step and drag a leg. We were hiding behind the couch and saw this huge shadow. And my sister's eyes they were about this big. I was so scared. We ran to the neighbor's house. When my parents came home and went next door to get us, the neighbor said to my dad, "You know, the man died there. He had a stroke and he couldn't breathe. And he dragged one leg." So then we realized that was the owner of the home that was scaring my sister and I. And that's when my parents started looking for help.
Fearing for the safety of her family, Maritza's mother called a tarot reader to give them answers.
I remember her looking at the cards for a long time, and she's looking up at my mom, and she says that something very evil was in the house, and that my father had woken it up when he went and cut the tree down.
Actions such as cutting down a tree on a property can cause a dormant spirit to wake up. They are not happy with what's going on. You're changing the land that they are possessive about, and they're going to be angry.
She said there was a man who lived in the house that was very evil. He was a very cruel man. Evil man. And he buried money in 3 places of the house, but it was cursed.
Don't look for it.
She told my mom that there was a book in the house. It was a small book, and it had, in gold letters, witchcraft.
There's a red stripe down the spine.
They just said there was something really bad in the house, and that my parents had to be careful because it was a very evil entity.
If Maritza's mother had doubts about what the tarot reader had told her, Maritza's father provided chilling proof.
Oh my God, you're not going to believe this.
And he said, "Wait a minute, let me show you something." So he had found this book in the rafters in the garage. And it was exactly what the woman had described to my mom.
So she said this was in the house. What is going on with this place?
Everything she'd told her was true. That was her proof.
Despite the tarot reader's warning, Richard decided to search the house for the hidden money. It was a decision he would live to regret.
You ready, Chester? Yeah.
My dad got Chester, his friend, and he says, I'll get it. I'm not afraid of any of that stuff.
I'll find the money. I'm not afraid of some stupid curse.
And Chester went up into the attic.
You find anything?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Chester stopped talking. So my dad's like, "Chester."
Are you okay?
And he kept trying to get Chester to answer back, and he wouldn't.
Chester! Chester!
Nothing. And he heard this scrambling around, and he heard these weird noises.
Chester! You all right?
12-year-old Maritza Scandunas and her family were being tormented by the spirit of her home's previous owner. After learning that the old owner may have hidden money in the house, Maritza's father and her neighbor headed up to the attic.
You all right?
He flew down out of that hole, and his eyes are literally bulging out of his head.
Chester! Hey! Chester!
And Chester couldn't breathe.
He felt like some big hands put a bag over his head and was strangling him to death. He was yelling that he would never come back to this house.
I'm not going back in that house.
What's in there?
It was a full-on demonic entity that was in the attic. That was a breaking point for my parents. Whatever was in there was so powerful that my parents were really starting to fear for their lives and our lives.
Desperate for help, the family called in psychic medium Dolores Dubray. She began by conducting a seance and had a surprise in store.
When Dolores started channeling, she sounded exactly like a little girl.
When a psychic medium channels an entity, what they're actually doing is blending their aura with the aura of the entity. So the energy combines and the medium can then see, hear, feel, or know what it is that spirit wishes to communicate. You're actually hearing spirit's thoughts and their voice.
The spirit of a little girl was present in the house.
That's who was pinching and pulling our hair. Because the girl was mad, she wanted us to play, and we were ignoring her.
Go towards the light. You don't belong here anymore.
Dolores was able to cross over the spirit of the little girl. Then, Dolores tried to make contact with the spirit of the previous owner.
After the little girl left, Dolores got quiet again, and her head was down for a long time like this. And she started bringing her head up really slow. And, I don't know why, but she had to look at me first. Her eyes were not hers, they were black. Total pitch black. Seeing those eyes for a 13-year-old was horrifying. I gotta stop for a second. It was like pure evil looking at me. It was... Oh, sorry. I looked in the eyes of the devil. I did. I looked straight in the eyes of the devil.
It wasn't just Dolores' eyes. Her whole being was being taken over.
When she started talking, it was deep growling, like a rabid animal. It was not human. That was not human. And it was hate, kill, and death. The creature was evil, just pure evil. They realized then, oh my God, she just channeled what was in the attic. They kept trying to hold her down. They were praying.
Forgive us our trespasses.
And she slowly came out of it.
As we forgive those who trespass against us. And deliver us from evil.
They knew they channeled a full-on demonic entity. My sister and I were scared to death. It changed our lives, and it changed my parents, too, forever. They tried to cleanse the house, but it just didn't work. We had to move. We had to get out. The people who bought the house, after 6 months, they moved. So I knew it was still there.
As the years passed, Maritza tried to forget about the horror she experienced in the house and vowed never to return, a promise she kept until recently.
I haven't been back to the house until last year, and that was a mistake.
He took a couple pictures, and Maritza noticed that that creature was in the window looking at her.
It appeared in the photo. It was in the front window.
The photograph she took, you could see that it is some kind of a creature,
with a deep, growling voice. That's about the scariest thing I've ever saw. There's something really demonic in there, you know.
I know that's what I looked into the eyes of that day as a kid, in that seance. I looked into Satan's eyes. I had nightmares for years. I still have nightmares.
Sometimes spirits can only speak to the living through a medium or channeler. But on other chilling occasions, a ghost can speak directly to us, even whispering in our ear.
Paranormal Survivor, Chris's Shadow House, story number 3.
I moved in the ranch home in about 2000. Fell in love with it right from the beginning. This very comfortable, all-American home. Nathan was 3 years old when I moved in. I had visitation with him on the weekends. It was always fun when he came over because it was our time.
Soon after moving in, Nathan started having disturbing nightmares.
When he would spend the night at the house, almost from the beginning, he would, something that I would call like a night terror. He was just blood-curdling screaming. You'd go in there to try to comfort him, and he wouldn't relax. It was alarming what's going on, that he is so traumatized.
Nathan wasn't the only one having troubling dreams.
My girlfriend of the time, she was just taking a quick nap. And she said, all of a sudden, I felt paralyzed. Something was pinning me down, and it was actually breathing heavy into her face. When somebody tells you such a fantastic story, I guess you try to rationalize everything. I wanted to believe her, but then I'm kind of skeptic and thinking, was she dreaming? Did it really happen? It wasn't very long after that that I actually had my own situation. I'm laying there in a dead sleep.
Homeowner Chris Page's son and girlfriend had been terrorized by something in their sleep. Skeptical at first, Chris soon experienced it for himself.
I'm laying there in a dead sleep, and I hear my name being called in my ear. Somebody had their lips to my ear. Chris. I know I'm not dreaming. I'm awake, and I'm looking around, and there's nobody there. I had woke up to a cross standing upside down. You know, the panic starts to set in. To see a cross upside down, that is creepy. That moment is when I realized that the things that my girlfriend told me were spot on.
That wasn't the last Chris would hear from the female spirit.
We're getting ready to go out, just a date night. And in between us, we actually heard a voice.
What?
It actually said, what? And it was demanding.
What?
There's something standing there and it's listening to us. And I'm like, okay, this is really bizarre.
Chris soon discovered there was more than one entity in his house.
Periodically in this home, I would see these shadow people, complete blackness. Every time that I would see one, within 3 weeks, there's always 3 weeks, somebody in my close circle of friends would have somebody that they knew die. My girlfriend told me that, well, you know, maybe you have an angel of death that's coming to you. I was like, are you kidding me? You know, chills. And I actually got chills right now just saying it. I got goosebumps going through my body from head to toe.
An angel of death is referred to a shadow figure that will show up in a home or around a person when there's going to be a death in the family.
Every time Chris saw a shadow figure, 3 weeks later, he would receive terrible news.
I would literally go for weeks and just be in a foul mood. Just thought about death all the time.
What?
3 weeks, she gets a phone call that her uncle had died unexpectedly.
My uncle.
And I'm like, okay. That's disturbing. Everything's getting out of control. She was distraught. My girlfriend was so upset that she actually didn't want to stay in the house anymore.
I'm not safe here, I gotta go.
After that, we just decided to part our ways.
The breakup of his relationship seemed to put a stop to the supernatural activity. For 10 years, Chris lived alone in the house without further incident. But that changed when Nathan moved in.
Nathan was about 15 years old, and he wanted to come live with me. Now, this is a very long time from when he had his night terrors.
When I first moved in, I had this unwelcoming feeling like something was always watching me, following me around all the time.
Quit it, Dad!
Me and my dad loved to play pranks on each other, and I heard the doorknob starting to creak.
Dad! Hey!
So I told my dad to knock it off.
Hey! Quit it!
It stopped. I opened up the door and my dad was nowhere to be found. And then it did it again. Something was trying to get into the bathroom door. I see like a dark figure walk into the kitchen. The shadow figure was all black, like this unwelcoming feeling. It made me not really want to stay in the house anymore.
The longer Nathan stayed at his father's, the worse the torment became. And it wasn't just the shadow figure.
I was laying in bed one night. I felt like I couldn't move. A couple seconds later, I hear this heavy breathing in my ear. This thing was just putting so much pressure on my body. And I was just like stunned. I couldn't move. I didn't know what to do at all. I just feel like this thing seriously does not want me in this house. I didn't know if it was going to end up trying to harm me or even kill me that night. I was just very terrified.
After the attack on his son, Chris realized that the activity was following a disturbing pattern.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think that this thing that's still here laying dormant would become jealous of my son. It's repeating what it did so many years ago with my ex-girlfriend. It pinned her down. It's jealous, and now it's angry. It doesn't want anybody to be close to me. It doesn't care that it's my son. Now you're on complete alert.
Fearing what this jealous spirit would do to Nathan next, Chris sent him back to his mom's and called in paranormal investigator Carlo Zuzik.
I met Chris back in 2008. Chris always talked about activity at his house. When it started affecting Nathan, he was getting really concerned. That's when he reached out and said, let's investigate the house and find out what's going on. We actually started in Nathan's room. That's where a lot of the activity was occurring.
Who's here?
We always start off by doing EVPs. It stands for electronic voice phenomena. We ask a series of questions, hoping to get an answer.
What's your name?
And next thing you know, you hear the name Jennifer come through. It was a female's voice.
The same voice that was whispering in my ear.
We had Chris's ghost. You know, we documented who is actually attached to Chris.
It was amazing to get this piece of evidence, but I don't know any Jennifers. Who is it?
Searching for answers, Carlo suggested they move down to the basement.
When we first went down there, I had a heavy feeling. That's where a lot of the strong energy may be contained. We started doing another EVP session.
Jennifer, are you here?
We actually heard like a slight whisper say, hello. When we caught that, you know, we knew that there was definitely a presence in that location. We placed a device on the ground. It's called an EMF detector. It actually reads the energy in the environment.
Are you with us right now in this area?
The next thing I notice is this cold feeling just move in. There's this heavy, heavy feeling that moves into this room.
Holy at 16 foot, look at my hair on my arms. Oh my God. That thing just plummeted.
A hair on my arm stood up. You could feel that there was an energy just standing in front of us. It was like blocking us in.
This is getting a little uncomfortable. Whoa.
At that same time, the EMF detector started beeping.
It's detecting a high energy level, that's for sure.
2.1 degrees. Wow. Holy crap. Are you like moving closer and closer?
Almost felt like pressure, like something was there telling us to get out. You do feel threatened because you're up against something that we can't see.
No one was prepared for what happened next.
What was that?
When a jealous spirit attached itself to homeowner Chris Page, it terrorized his son and girlfriend. Chris called paranormal investigator Carlo Zuzik, and when they ran into the spirit in the basement, it was not pleased to see them.
At one point, something was actually thrown.
Are you angry that we're here? I take it as that's a yes.
This thing getting physical with us, telling us to get out. At that moment, Chris and I decided to step out, let the spirit have its space.
Not wanting to provoke the violent spirit further, Carlo called an end to the investigation.
Our belief is that this spirit is attached to Chris. It's being possessive. It doesn't like other people around him. Our research is going to continue by doing more investigations, collecting more evidence.
That's the new chapter that's beginning. trying to figure out, where did this thing come from?
Chris really wants to know who this Jennifer is. I don't believe Chris is in any danger. I do believe Nathan could be. When a spirit is possessive like that, it could be very dangerous. Jennifer could be evil. She's jealous enough, she could cause harm to somebody.
Sometimes the most bone-chilling thing about hearing a paranormal entity speak is not the words it says. On rare occasions, it's how the entity says them that is the most terrifying.
Paranormal Survivor, Story 19, Don's Eerie House, take 1.
My fiance and I had moved into the house in 2013. We were getting ready to plan a wedding. Within a couple months, we had settled in and we were happy.
Dawn Marie and her fiance's happiness didn't last long.
At night, we would watch TV in the living room. We started to hear some interesting activity in the house. You could hear footsteps going gradually up the stairs. After a while, the steps just started getting louder and louder. I hear it pacing back and forth in the bedroom. I heard it more so than he did.
Where are you going? Will you stop freaking out? You're getting all paranoid.
I got upset and went upstairs to see what was going on. It just kept getting worse. And there was absolutely nothing going on up there. But then I started to hear noises in the corner of the bedroom. You could hear scratching and knocking going all the way up and down the corner. I started to become really frightened.
Though Dawn Marie was visibly shaken by the strange noises, her fiancé put them down to the sounds of a house settling. But then, the strange activity started to spread.
I would come home from work. Stuff was all over the floor. Just thrown everywhere. Things were getting really bad.
Something weird is going on.
The energy seemed to have changed, and I was constantly on edge.
Just clean it up.
Just a very negative energy. We started fighting about everything. I think he believed that there was something, but he just didn't care to acknowledge it. It got to the point where we were arguing on a daily basis. Most of the time, I did have my fiance do the laundry because I was terrified to go in the basement. I felt like there was just something in there with me. The light bulbs were always blowing. A couple times they were even shattering. And I remember one point specifically, I felt like somebody literally had their hands on my shoulders. I knew there was something there. My heart was racing. I was terrified.
Thanks for helping me with this, Dad.
Dawn Marie finally got confirmation she wasn't hearing and seeing things when her father had a paranormal experience of his own.
I went over to our house one day and I happened to look up in Dawn's window.
Homeowner Dawn Marie Whitehair and her fiancé had been plagued by unexplainable events. Just as she started to suspect the paranormal, her father experienced something that banished any doubt from her mind.
There was an elderly man looking back at me.
It was definitely a demonic face.
Wait here, honey. I'll be right back.
Something wasn't right in the house.
When Dawn Marie's father went inside, something called out to him.
I heard a voice from the basement. It was behind the door.
Don't come down here.
Don't come down here.
Don't come down here.
It was not a person, because it had a very rough voice to it, or a growling type of voice to it. It was not a person.
Don't come down here.
It's like someone was ready to attack you. It's a very dangerous situation. I told her, move. Just pick up and leave.
Fearing who or what was in the house, Dawn Marie's father persuaded the couple to stay at his place.
It came to the point where I was terrified to be there at all. I spent a lot of time at my parents'.
Dawn Marie and her fiancé returned home 2 weeks later. If she hoped the activity had died down, she was in for an unpleasant surprise.
All my stuff was on the floor. My blow dryer was on, my straightener was on, my curling iron.
A ghost might use poltergeist activities in a home to get the homeowner's attention. A poltergeist literally is a noisy ghost, and there is a lot of physical phenomenon. Objects may be moved, a lot of loud noises, bangs. They can really translate this energy and create very powerful phenomenon.
I became really scared, thinking, what else is gonna happen, and what if the house burned down? So I knew at that point it was something really bad.
Better come in here.
When I had explained to my fiancé what had happened, he just kind of shook his head and said, are you sure you didn't leave it on?
Something's in her house.
Don't start again with this garbage, Marie. I'm sick of it.
I was fighting with him, and he was fighting with me, and I was not sleeping. I was constantly on edge. It was kind of making me crazy. I was miserable.
Eventually, the constant torment took its toll on the couple. They canceled their wedding, and Dawn Marie's fiancé moved out, leaving her all alone in the house.
After he had left, I was scared. I was scared because I was wondering what's going to happen next. I kept hearing footsteps throughout the night. I can hear them walking toward me, but I couldn't see anything. You could actually hear a weird growling noise. When I closed my eyes, I could feel something leaning over me and breathing, and I could hear a grumble and a growl. It wasn't an animal, it wasn't a human. It was something I've never heard. There was definitely something over me in the bed. I was screaming and crying. That's when I really freaked out. I wasn't safe. I knew I needed help.
Scared for her life, Dawn Marie called in a paranormal team for help.
Dawn seemed really frightened. There was a lot of activity that she was just so frightened of.
When I walked into Dawn Marie's home, I immediately sensed extremely uncomfortable energy.
As we were setting the equipment up, there was somebody there that was trying to give a message that they were present.
Is there anybody here?
We did get an EVP that says I'm here.
If spirit is communicating through direct voice, where people can hear the voice, it means it's a very powerful spirit.
There was knocking and scratching going on. As I had my hand on the wall, I could feel the hatred coming from the wall. I don't think it was human.
Living in fear of the ghostly activity in her home, Dawn Marie Whitehair brought in paranormal investigators for help. But when they arrived, they sensed something truly terrifying.
The energy and the scratching and the knocking is very indicative of demonic presence.
When a person's experiencing scratching sounds over the walls, usually that is a demonic entity trying to intimidate. They don't want you to be in their atmosphere.
So we decided we were going to do a flashlight communication session.
If there's anyone here, turn on the flashlight.
Immediately, the flashlight went on. We then asked if there were any evil spirits in that home. Turned the flashlight off. And the flashlight went off. We asked if, in fact, they were there to cause harm.
To harm Dawn Marie, turn on the flashlight.
And we got a yes response.
I was very alarmed and concerned for my safety.
Faced with a violent spirit, the investigators had no choice but to remove it. But first, they had to find it.
I feel hatred coming from downstairs.
Dawn and Tony left Dawn Marie upstairs and went to investigate the presence in the basement.
It was so oppressive and so heavy. It literally made me sick to my stomach.
It doesn't want us down here.
It was like a force field. I felt it was threatening, and I was afraid, to be honest.
Just that sense of dread, that sense of evilness that was there, how thick it was pretty frightening.
I had heard, leave, get out, don't come down here. And I take those warnings very seriously.
The room was very, very evil feeling and very, very scary.
You don't belong here!
You're not wanted here, and you need to leave. In the name of Jesus Christ, you will leave. You will not stay in this house any longer.
We did ask if they wanted to go to the light, but we got a no answer from the entity.
Go back to the light!
Holy Michael, the Archangel!
She was literally attacked.
I use my Archangel Michael prayer for protection.
Holy Michael, the Archangel!
I use a lot of white light. I use God. Sometimes it can get very, very, very dangerous. It was really a spiritual warfare.
Cast into hell, Satan, and all evil! Amen!
Reassured that the demon was gone, Dawn Marie tried to get her life back together.
Right after, it did seem a little more quiet. But that didn't last long. I felt like they were getting angry after we did the blessing. They seemed really, really mad. Just need to move. That was the only way that it was going to stop. To this day, I think there's still something going on in that house. Whatever is in that house, I don't think just left.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I freaked. I was screaming.
When home renovations unleash hell.
It made me go numb.
That pretty much sent me over the edge.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 11, Sean's Spooky Mansion, interview with Sean, marking.
We bought the house in 2006. This was built in 1875. It was full of trash, holes in the walls, totally remodeled, fixer-upper. I thought the place had a lot of potential, and I seen beauty.
It's something we always wanted to do. We always wanted to remodel a house.
I worked on the house for 3 months before we could actually move in the home. That's how much work it really needed.
Sean and Stacy had no idea that the renovations would stir up more than just dust.
I just cleaned up, took out a few bags of trash, and I came back to lock up the door. And when I come to pull the door closed, it sounded like 2 locomotive trains coming together and colliding. It was the loudest noise I ever heard. I thought that the ceiling had caved in and that something major happened, you know.
Worried a wall had collapsed, Sean went to investigate.
There was nothing wrong there. I didn't know what to think about that.
Spirits may, because of a renovation taking place in a home, be really angry. So what they might do is they might cause a little bit of upset by banging, by moving things, by causing sounds that are upsetting, water running, the sound of footsteps or creaking, scratching, a myriad of noises.
As the reno progressed, Sean and Stacy were able to move into the house with their 2 children, but they soon discovered that they weren't the only ones present.
There was a little girl, she had a dress on. Her face was just so cold, as if she's like looking at me, but yet she was looking through me.
Stacy!
I screamed and I jumped back.
Stacy!
I was completely scared.
Girl in the back.
I really didn't believe him. She had, it looked like blondish type hair. It was in pigtails. And then when she disappeared, it really freaked me out. I was scared because I've never seen anything like that before.
That wasn't the last of the little girl spirit. Without Sean or Stacy knowing, it had befriended their 8-year-old daughter, Mara.
Sweetheart, it's time for bed. You know, I have a surprise for you.
I told her I was gonna knock her wall down in her bedroom and make her room bigger.
But Daddy, this is Irene's room.
She said, well, what about that little girl? She said that the little girl's name was Irene.
Who is Irene?
Mara believes that that little girl
lives in that room. It made me go numb. It really scared me. I had like no feeling in my legs when I heard that my daughter actually not only seen what I saw, but actually spoke to the little girl.
I think it's time for bed.
And then when my daughter said that when she's seen the same little girl, that's when I was really getting scared.
Good night.
I didn't believe in the paranormal, but then to hear my little girl tell me that she actually seen something, and then I see what I saw, made me a believer.
Children are much more open to communicating with spirit because they can see them, hear them, feel them, and have a sense of knowing much easier than adults. Again, they haven't had their psychic senses blocked. They haven't been taught that it's just their imagination and it's just nonsense.
As the weeks went by, the activity in the house started to get more aggressive.
After I did some more remodeling upstairs, it progressed. The door started to slam. My kids were frightened, as if it had a lock on it, but there's no locks on the door. Some things would move into the room when they would be in there. They were frightened.
Laura, open the door!
Oh, they was very, very scared. Sean finally opened the door and got them out. I was scared. I was freaked out.
Next, it would be Sean's turn.
I felt like somebody was twirling my hair. And there was a woman sitting on the edge of my bed. I screamed and I jerked. When I screamed, my hair got pulled. She still had a hold of my hair. Her face turned to a mean face.
What's wrong? Sean was pretty upset. I was very scared because I didn't know what it was.
Oh my God. I'll never forget exactly what that woman looked like.
As Sean continued to renovate the house, he became the focus of the paranormal activity. One night, he had just finished work for the day.
There was a shadow of a man that was in the doorway. And all of a sudden, it just grabs me by the leg. That would have to be the biggest man hands. They were just huge. It was intense. I actually thought I was going to have a stroke. He was a little taller than I was. He never stopped looking at me. And I got drawn back about 4 or 5 feet, and then it let go. I took off running, and I got the hell out of there.
Before renovating, if you don't want to disrupt a spirit, what is a good idea to do is to talk to the spirit, to let them know what's going on, and to even ask their permission. Even if they don't want it, you can still go ahead and do the renovation, but just asking permission, letting them know what's happening.
Soon, the male spirit was watching their every move.
I was giving my 4-year-old son, Preston, a haircut, and he was in his bedroom at the time. And I asked him to say cheese so I could take his picture.
Say cheese, Preston.
I kept saying, Preston, say cheese, Preston, say cheese.
Come on, say cheese.
And Preston wouldn't say it. Some man's voice, real angry, said, say cheese, boy.
Preston was scared.
When Sean and Stacy began renovations on their dream home, they never imagined they would stir up the spirit world or that those spirits would become violent.
and she said that it felt like she had been slapped in the face or somebody had put a hot coal on the side of her face.
My face felt really, really hot. It felt like if you ever got smacked and it got real, real hot on my face.
I think it was that man that grabbed me. It could actually do harm if it really wanted to.
We decided to leave because I was very scared.
With the activity so unpredictable, Sean sent Stacy and the kids to a hotel and was left to face the spirits alone.
We have a cabinet with all our wedding memorabilia in it, and there's a his and her wine glass. And mine, the one that says his, was thrown and busted on the floor. And this screaming starts coming out of my television. It was loud. It was like a group of people screaming. And I unplugged everything, and the TV stayed on with this screaming coming out of it. The volume level was almost ear-piercing at that point. To hear that screaming and then to know that everything is unplugged, it was horrifying. It's an awful feeling to feel that you could be forced out of your own home. It's awful.
Unable to take any more, Sean called in paranormal investigator Carlo Zuzik.
I think the reason Sean wanted to proceed with the investigation is to get answers. You know, he wanted answers. He wanted to validate what's happening here.
If I needed to put a wall back up or, fix the floor back to the way it was, I was hoping that it was going to be something just easy, an easy fix.
The feeling that this house had was really weird because you could feel energy that was in here. We're not sure if this spirit could lash out at us. As we're walking through, we actually recorded a woman saying, "Go upstairs." The EVP we got was whispers, but you could clearly hear it say, "Go upstairs." We started in the daughter's bedroom. And I heard what clearly sounded like a child saying, "Hello." And I looked back, I was like, there's nobody behind me.
What's your name?
It was definitely a little girl's voice that I actually heard.
I actually heard that little girl. That was surprising to me.
Sean and Carlo followed the female voice downstairs, but they were met with something new and much more threatening.
We got a male's voice. It said, "Get out of here."
Undeterred, Carlo attempted to communicate with the spirits.
We know that there's a woman and a child here.
But they were no longer in the mood to talk.
I'm sitting there asking questions, and all of a sudden you could hear something run by.
Who else is here?
I threw up my flashlight real quick because it kind of startled me. When I heard those footsteps, they actually sounded like they were coming towards me.
Okay, we're done for the night.
It was darker than dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And hearing those footsteps, like they were gonna rush up on you, it kind of spooked me a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't get all the answers for Sean, but we did validate that there is definitely spirits here, and we did confirm that there's a child and a male spirit present. He did ask us not to do a cleansing and blessing, just because he wanted to do a little more research on the spirits that were on his property.
I'm hoping to find out that if it's like something that they want us to do, or If it's an old family member, perhaps.
I don't believe they're evil. I believe that they are very protective of their space. With Sean doing their renovations here, I think that actually sparked everything. But they're being physical already. It could get worse over time.
It's still active, and if it puts its hands on us one more time, I'm done.
Renovating an entire home can cause obvious supernatural havoc. But just as much terror can be unleashed by the most minor of changes.
This is Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 16, Elizabeth's Haunted House, interview featuring Elizabeth Marker.
When we first saw the house, we were out front and we were looking at it, and it was like an old, like it was one of the first houses on the street that was built.
It's an old house, a really nice street. There's
Great.
And my daughter pointed up at the window. I didn't really think of anything of it.
Hey.
Thanks for helping me move, Dave.
2 weeks later, Elizabeth and her daughter moved into the house with the help of her friend, Dave.
When we moved in, we went downstairs and there was a cold room, and it was boarded, like with these long pieces of wood, and it was nailed. What? It was so strange, like from the top all the way down.
Who would board up a room like that?
When I first saw it, it was kind of strange. Like, why would somebody take the time and effort to do this?
Despite her fears, Elizabeth needed the extra space for her family and decided then and there to begin renovations in the basement.
I got my friend to open the door because I was so scared. When we took the boards off, we went in and it was just a long room, and there was like paint falling off, and there was like these chains hanging down, and it was so strange. And one had a hook on it. It was really creepy.
If a room was boarded up and those boards are now removed, it could have now given spirit permission to come through that door. The person that boarded up that door, they may have done that with the intention of enclosing the spirit.
Elizabeth and Ashley settled into their new home, but they soon got the unnerving feeling they were not alone.
When you go downstairs, you feel like someone's watching you. Even people that would come over would just say, you know, it feels like someone's watching me. Everywhere, inside the whole house, but mostly downstairs. I didn't even like going down there.
When Elizabeth moved into her new home, she never imagined the simple act of starting a renovation in her basement would let loose a powerful spirit from its prison.
I knew there was something creepy going on in this house.
And this is Lincoln.
Unknown to Elizabeth, Ashley had started having encounters of her own.
And this is Patrick.
She would spend all the time in her room, like all the time.
Ashley, who are you talking to?
but every time I would ask her, like, who are you playing with? She'd put her finger to her mouth and she'd go like, shh, don't talk. That's all she would say. She would not tell me anything.
Do you want to maybe go outside and play?
I had a big backyard and she wouldn't go outside.
Danny's not allowed to go outside.
Eventually, she told me that the little boy wasn't allowed outside. And I said, who? And she's like, Danny. She would play with him, play hide and seek. They were always doing something, you know, with their time. I just thought she was playing with her Barbies and her toys.
Children tend to be more sensitive to the spirit world because they really don't differentiate between imagination and reality. They're new spirits on this level of existence, and that makes them incredibly attractive to spirits in particular. They have a pure energy about them, and they really are very non-judgmental. They'll take them for face value, and that's very important for spirit.
Soon, the activity escalated.
My door was banging at 3 o'clock in the morning a few times. It was frantic, it was loud, like, hurry up, come open the door, like I'm in trouble. I was so scared, and I was alone. So, yeah, I was really, really scared. It's like bang, 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 really loud. Like someone's in trouble. So I ran down and nobody was there. I even went out and looked, I was standing on my porch and I looked, there was nobody. There was no one there. Things would go missing in the house. You would put something down and then it's not there. One morning, I made coffee and I poured myself a cup.
Ashley, time to come down for school.
And then I went back into the kitchen and the coffee pot was not there. I couldn't find it. And this was like a full hot pot of coffee, not there. And I'm looking, and then it was up top on my cupboard. Like, it was high up there. I said, why is a coffee pot all the way up here? Nobody was at the house, just us. Yeah, I knew it was something in there.
Eventually, the activity turned from mischievous to something much more sinister.
I had family pictures, and then all of a sudden, they were broken. They were on the floor, cracked. Especially where the faces were. All of them. I had about 4 or 5 of them. And I thought that was strange because I didn't even hear them fall or anything. It was like playing a game, trying to scare you.
The spirit may want to play tricks on a homeowner for a number of different reasons. They may hide objects, move objects. They may do it as a sense of fun. They may think it's fun. They may also try to annoy the homeowner. They may be angry with the homeowner. So they may remove and move about objects.
A few nights later, Ashley needed to get something from the basement. After doing some minor renovations to her basement, Elizabeth Cullingworth unleashed a powerful entity that began to target her daughter, Ashley.
All of a sudden, Ashley bolted up the stairs. She's like, I saw something in the cold room. It was this man in a top hat, and he walked through, like he was in the storage room, and he just walked. She's freaking out. So I went downstairs with her.
I saw him over here.
And that's when I saw it. It was definitely like a male, tall, just dark. Dark. We screamed bloody murder, ran outside. I was terrified to go back inside.
The encounter had a terrible and lasting effect on Ashley.
Ashley, she was just terrified. For weeks and weeks, she was so scared. She didn't want to sleep alone. She slept with me. She was just terrified. I felt bad for her, you know, and it was horrible.
Elizabeth began to suspect that the strange activity and the terrifying male entity were connected to the creepy room she had started renovating.
That's when I was like, okay, that's why it's boarded. There's something in there. I think if I left the boards, the guy with the top hat, or whoever he is, would have been left in that room. If I had left the boards up, then it would have been less activity in the house.
Terrified, Elizabeth called in her minister to help cleanse the house. It was a decision that solicited a warning from Ashley's ghostly companion about the malevolent spirit in the basement.
She said that Danny said somebody came into the house and did something to his parents and him, like something bad happened. She had a lantern with this dome, so no air could go and blow out these candles.
My strength and courage is the Lord.
We went downstairs. The candles blew out. And the minister was wondering why they're burnt out. There's no draft, nothing.
My God.
She looked kind of scared,
I am confident.
you know, like what is going on, and she had a bad feeling about the house.
My strength.
And the candles just went out.
I can't help you. It's far too powerful.
She started walking back up the stairs.
Wait.
And she just was like, you need to call a priest. And then she just left. She didn't even stick around or nothing. She just walked out. Like, I didn't know who else to call. But like, the minister won't even help me.
If a person has tried absolutely everything that they possibly can in order to evict a spirit from their home and it's not working, then the only possible thing to do would be to leave that particular environment, because there is absolutely nothing that's going to be effective. A person is in death what they are in life. So if they're going to be incredibly strong and completely obstinate, they're going to be so in death, and nothing that you do is going to make them leave.
I wanted to move out right away. I could not stay there, so we had to leave. I was happy to be gone. I think Ashley something definitely would have happened to Ashley, because she was friends with the ghost, and I think something would have happened to her. He told Ashley that some bad people came into the house and something happened. I would never live in that house ever again.
Sometimes paranormal entities can be upset or even angry when homeowners change the physical look or layout of a home. On other occasions, spirits are attached to objects contained within the fabric of the building, and disturbing them spells trouble.
Okay, this is Paranormal Survivor 3, story number 17, Celine's Phantom Pregnancy. Interview featuring Celine, Marker.
It's our first home together. It needed a lot of work. We looked for a long time and walked in the front door here and knew it was home.
Celine and her husband planned to completely overhaul and renovate the home, starting with the furniture.
The previous owner's best friend showed up one day and said that she had 2 chairs that belonged here if I wanted them. They were small wooden kitchen chairs. They were in perfect condition.
The friend also shared some disturbing news about the previous owner, an old woman named Goldie.
Goldie had lived here on her own and she passed away in the house. Goldie died of a brain aneurysm in the kitchen.
Soon after the chairs arrived, strange things started happening in the kitchen.
I could smell cigarette smoke. It was a fresh cigarette smell. The smell was very strong. We were not smokers. I looked around and then it was gone. And I just thought it was strange and carried on. I was sitting directly across from the stove. The numbers on the clock disappeared, like somebody had walked in front of it. I went to look. There was nobody there. My husband did not believe me when I told him the things that had happened. He didn't say much. He was like, well, that's strange.
Normally, entities will let a person know that they're there by emanating some form of smell or feeling. For example, a person may be a chain smoker, and the smell of cigarettes could be very much associated with that individual, but it's something that earmarks that particular person.
Celine tried to put the experience behind her, but when she discovered that she was expecting her first child, the strange events seemed to escalate.
I remember one time I was eating a bowl of cereal. I couldn't swallow, like I felt like I was choking.
After planning renovations to their new home, Celine Levine noticed inexplicable smells and shadows. But when she became pregnant, the strange activity took a more threatening turn.
When I would have these anxiety attacks, my heart would start to pound and I couldn't think straight. I would experience migraines. I was at the doctor's 3 times and he said, there's nothing wrong with you. It wasn't all the time, only when I was in the house.
With doctors baffled, Celine was forced into a chilling realization about what was causing her migraines.
Goldie died of a brain aneurysm in the kitchen. I put the pieces together that when I had that pain in my head, that was my signal that she was there.
Spirit can create all sorts of physical sensations in a person by blending their energy into the auric field of the other person. As a medium, often spirit will, I felt heart attacks, brain aneurysms, all sorts of different symptoms, all by positive entities, just letting me know who they are or how they passed. Negative entities can do it to make somebody sick. And they will feel very, very sick, very drained, and they'll go to the doctor, and there's no explanation for it.
After Celine gave birth to her son, Ben, the activity in the house changed completely.
The activity in the house calmed down because I feel that we had given her a family. Goldie never had children, so we brought children into this house.
For 4 years, Celine was untroubled by inexplicable shadows, smells, or headaches. But all that changed when she decided to run a daycare out of her home, and those long hoped-for renovations materialized.
We took out the wall between the kitchen and the dining room on the main floor. We found a coin, an old coin, and then a calendar. I assumed they were Goldie's. I kept them as souvenirs. There was a lot of activity, paranormal activity in this house after that.
Sometimes paranormal activity is very much attracted to a location when a person uncovers something that's been hidden, perhaps something that's in the wall or something that's been buried. And the reason that that happens is because there is some form of energy attachment to that object. Once it's discovered, that energy is then released into the atmosphere, and it's very attractive to that particular entity. It wakes them up.
Once again, Celine started to get strange sensations that felt like they belonged to someone else.
What did I say about bed?
If you've ever been pregnant, you know that sensation of a baby moving in your belly. It's a very distinct pressure sensation. I felt what, from my experience, is a baby move across, like roll across in my stomach. But I wasn't pregnant at the time. And it scared me. There was something happening in my body that was not mine. That pretty much sent me over the edge. I cried a lot. I was scared.
If Celine thought things couldn't get any worse, she was in for a horrible surprise.
One day, I was carrying downstairs a few boxes, and all of a sudden, my feet went out from underneath me. And like I fell. I remember feeling this light feeling, like there was no banging down the stairs. It was 1 second I was up here and 1 second I was down there. When I fell, I wasn't hurt at all. But I remember feeling uncomfortable, like after you deliver a baby, uncomfortable. It's a very distinct sensation.
From nowhere, Celine heard a voice.
That's how Estelle lost her baby. She fell down the stairs.
After I had fallen, I had heard in my head, that's how Estelle had lost her baby. She fell down the stairs.
Celine didn't know who Estelle was, but suspected she was the woman whose emotions she'd been feeling.
That explained the sadness and my emotions. They felt like mine, but I knew they weren't.
A spirit may want a living being to feel what they felt in life because they wish to draw attention to how they felt. They want that person to understand maybe a little bit about what they went through in life. And they may be perhaps stuck in that environment. And because they are able to show that person how they felt, that person might be able to empathize with their situation and then be able to perhaps understand and lead them to some sort of freedom.
Despite the activity's return, Celine opened the daycare. One of her first customers happened to be a psychic medium, and Celine asked her to look for spirits in the house.
Spirits are attracted to me because I can hear them and communicate their messages. Celine had asked me if I would come up to the bedroom just to see if I felt anything.
Amanda sensed a spirit whose name Celine immediately recognized.
Estelle previously lived in this home, and when I first met her, it was up in their son's bedroom. She was sitting in this rocking chair, staring out the window with a sad expression on her face. She was sitting there and almost like with a baby stuffed animal in her hand and just rocking. She was mourning the loss of her unborn child.
Estelle is here. And
I was pretty surprised there was another spirit in the house. Estelle had been an occupant of this house before Goldie.
Amanda explained why Celine had been experiencing strange feelings.
Celine was basically reliving what Estelle had went through.
When I was in my son's room and I felt that baby move, that was Estelle's baby that I felt. And then when I fell down the stairs and I learned that she had lost the baby, I put the pieces together that she never got to have that family. Hence the sadness that I felt. I've never cried so hard in my life.
A lot of the times, the deceased will, especially with empaths, they'll let them feel how they died.
Homeowner Celine Levine was tormented by painful sensations. Psychic medium Amanda Dubois determined Celine was experiencing the pain felt by 2 of the home's previous owners.
So Celine has felt the aneurysm headache that, that Goldie must have felt before she had passed.
It was terrifying for me to realize that what I had been feeling was not mine.
I feel like she was being bombarded, possessed. They essentially take control over you. So to be not in control of yourself is the most scariest thing I think you can go through. She was traumatized by what she was experiencing in her home.
Amanda had said, there are 3 items in your home tying Goldie and Estelle to the house. They need to go.
I feel that the chairs and the coin that used to belong to Goldie tie her to the property. I really felt the calendar had come from Estelle. There was a date marked on there that we were kind of getting the sense was maybe the day that she had fallen and had the miscarriage.
The chair I put across the street at my neighbor's house with the intention of somebody taking them. The calendar and the coin, I threw it into the garbage.
If spirit is connected to the objects and you get rid of the objects, spirit will often then go away. It's as simple as that. If, however, it's just reawaken them, spirit might stay a while longer if they've now made a connection to the family.
Celine tried to get on with her life, but she wasn't going to escape the activity that easily.
I went into my son's room. My chest gets tight. I was feeling that sadness, that grief. Nope, there's still something wrong. There's still something there.
In the face of such powerful and stubborn activity, Amanda suggested an exorcism.
She said that there was an energy attached to me that was not meant to be there. So she did a spirit removal. Basically an exorcism. She put one hand on my shoulder.
Dean, oh Lord,
out and said these words, and I felt this immense pain in my chest, and I cried and cried and cried.
And grant us thy powerful protection.
I felt a physical drawing out from my heart area.
We drive from you, whoever you may be.
It was very strong, I remember being very painful. And it was like somebody was reaching in and pulling out of my heart.
And grant us thy powerful protection. The Most High God commands you.
They've left her home and they've moved on.
I felt completely at peace and completely like me again. There was no anxiety, no pain.
Thank you.
From my experience, I am now a complete believer in paranormal activity and anything to do with spirits. Things settled down around here, but it was a very intense time. Brought on a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew without a shadow of a doubt that that was a ghost.
When multiple spirits haunt the same home.
Fear. Instant fear.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 23, Debbie's Darkened Home, interview with Debbie, marking.
We moved in here in 2003. First time I seen it, something drew me to it.
Shortly after moving in with her husband Kevin and daughter Celeste, Debbie began to feel there was something not right about the house.
I'd been unpacking boxes and came downstairs for a break. I was sitting at my dining room table, and all of a sudden, every door upstairs just opened and closed on their own over and over again. So I ran upstairs to make sure there wasn't anything there, or I hadn't left the windows all open. And that was when I realized there was activity here.
It wasn't just Debbie who experienced confusing and frightening activity.
So I saw
My daughter Celeste started hearing the voices up in the attic.
Oh yeah, he was like running.
Children hollering, "Mama, let us out. Mama, please let us out." She said that they were crying, they were screaming. All she could hear was children that were very upset, wanting out bad, and as if their mother had locked them in there. Oh, she was very scared. She told me she'd heard it for at least 2 or 3 months before she decided to just move out.
Soon after her daughter left, Debbie's granddaughter, Keisha, came to live with her.
I acquired custody of my oldest granddaughter. And within 3 months of her being here, I would go into her bedroom and she would be sitting in the corner, just all in a ball. She would point towards her closet and tell me that she could see the man.
She described seeing a man holding cutting shears.
She told me the man in the corner was gonna burn our house down and kill us all. It was pretty upsetting. There's something bad in this room.
If Debbie thought things were bad then, they were about to get a whole lot worse.
Kevin worked evenings back then, so I had went to bed, and for some reason, I hadn't dozed off yet.
Debbie thought she heard Kevin return from work, but she was in for a terrible shock.
I could feel somebody give me a kiss on the forehead and say, "I love you." And it sounded like Kevin. I thought, oh, he's home early. When I turned over, though, where the face should have been, the eyes, there were no eyes. It was just white lights. It had exactly my husband's work shirt on. It was his face, everything, haircut, hair color. It was his voice, everything but his eyes. There were no eyes. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. I was froze until it disappeared, and it just vanished into thin air. I was very, very scared. I don't think I've ever been that scared in my life. I still get upset when I think about it to this day.
A doppelganger is an astral projection of you. So it is, in fact, a twin of you, but just in a different form. Sometimes a doppelganger actually is there to warn the individual about impending doom or something that's going to happen that sometimes is very unpleasant.
Though scared, Debbie tried to put the incidents behind her, but there were more to come.
I was cleaning Keisha's room. And I seen a little girl walk past the doorway. Well, then the next thing I know, there's no light at all. The room's just dark. And it scared me so bad, I was yelling and screaming. I was the scariest I'd ever been because I wasn't sure what was gonna happen next. Didn't know if that was gonna be my last day here or what. She had long, brown, wavy hair, the white, creamy colored, like the old nightgown style they would have worn in the 1800s. She was probably between 7 and 8 years old of age.
Things took a dangerous turn when the spirits became physical.
Keisha was in front of her mirror in her bedroom, and we were just talking back and forth. She was combing her hair. And I watched her get picked up off the ground and thrown over her bed. I could not have lifted her up like that and threw her that far. I ran into her room to make sure she was okay, and the eyes on the picture were glowing red.
When Debbie moved into this unassuming home, she had no idea she would be swarmed by spirits and paranormal activity.
I ran into her room to make sure she was okay, and the eyes on the picture were glowing red.
It seemed like a warning that more spirits were about to manifest.
She said, "He's in the picture, Grandma. Get him out." She was screaming about the picture on the wall, having demon eyes. I didn't know what to do. We both left the house. We were terrified. I don't know what picked her up and threw her. I wasn't sure if it was the same guy that had threatened to kill us all or who it was, but it was getting violent then. Oh, sorry. I would rather die than lose one of my grandchildren or my children. And it just terrified me. I didn't want anything to happen to her. She's my own. So.
Sometimes multiple spirits will come into a home for a number of different reasons. Sometimes there might be a portal that's opened that will bring in multiple spirits. Sometimes there's a very strong entity or energy that is attracting other spirits and bringing them in.
Fearing for Keisha's safety, Debbie sent her to a friend's and called in paranormal investigators Greg Fields and Mickey Garrison.
Thank God you're here. Thank God you guys are here. Come in, come in, come in. Oh my God, thank you.
When we first arrived at the house, we were heavy-chested. It's like hard to breathe. And like we had that feeling that we weren't welcome here at all. It was like somebody was trying to push you out. Me and my investigator, Mickey, we went upstairs. I had my cell phone, I was recording, and I just sat it down. I feel somebody poke me in the back right here. Just like a little finger. That's when we got the little girl saying, "Mom, Mama, Mom." And you could tell it's a little girl.
Mama, please.
She was scared. Usually when I hear that, I just start asking more questions.
Who are you? Where's your mom? Why are you here?
The little girl goes, "You need to get out." She tried to warn us to get us out so nobody gets hurt. I really do think she's here to protect. For her to come through and, you need to get out, kind of puts a chill through you.
Then a different, darker voice spoke out.
We did have one male come through. It was like a deep growl almost. It was kind of almost like a dog growl. You can tell that it was demonic.
Fearing a stronger demonic spirit was present, Greg decided to cleanse the house immediately.
We use salt and sage and some white candles to do the cleansing of the homes. As you're blessing the home, you're saying a prayer.
Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us from the wickedness and scorns of evil. Eliminate this demon, save this soul.
Greg and Mickey thought they'd removed the evil entity.
I was sitting here in my dining room.
But the spirits in the house were stronger than they had imagined.
Something just literally hit me hard in the chest.
Mickey?
And I don't know what it was or why, but then it made me, I felt sick to my stomach. And I was doubled over, and I'd never had anything hit me like that before.
Oh, God.
This is the most active home I've ever been in. We don't believe that they're completely gone. I think cleansing the house helped a little. I feel that there's a little girl still here. And I know that there's a man still here. The little girl's protective, but the dark one, in my opinion, it could be demonic.
I just grabbed my car keys, my cell phone, and headed out knowing that whatever that is still in this house still terrifies me.
Whether the spirits were protective or not, Debbie couldn't take the cacophony any longer and is now desperately looking for a new home so she can move out. Sometimes multiple spirits are bound by a location, while others are bound by a horrific event. An event those spirits might want to repeat with the living.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 25, Kelly's Haunting, Interview with Kelly, Marking.
We bought our first home in November of 2004. We were really excited to move into our house, and we had so much to look forward to.
Soon after moving in, unusual and troubling things started to occur.
You would start to hear certain noises and like different creaks. I really honestly thought at first it was just a house. This is just something I need to get used to. Everything's so new to us at that time that it was just brush it off, not a big deal.
In her wildest dreams, Kelly couldn't have expected what was about to occur.
When I looked up, I had seen this figure of a gentleman standing there.
After moving into their first home, Kelly and Nathan soon realized they weren't alone.
When I looked up, I had seen this figure of a gentleman standing there. And he has this like brim of his hat that you could tell the details of, and he's looking at me and I'm looking at him. It felt like our eyes were locked, and I was just in shock. There was something here that should not be here.
What's going on?
He then turned and walked through the doorway and disappeared. At this point, we were not feeling very safe in the home. The Shadow Man was not the only thing that we had seen in the house. One particular night, I was laying down and I felt like something was telling me to open my eyes. There stood a little girl that had like blonde, long, straight hair with a white nightgown, you know, like from the 1900s. So I instantly turn over in the bed and kind of like elbow him as hard as I could to get him awake, like, Nathan, wake up! When I turned and looked at her, her face was this close to my face, and I screamed. She was looking me dead in the eye.
Nathan, wake up!
She was then gone. I know without a shadow of a doubt that that was a ghost and that you're not supposed to be in my home. That was when I was more scared than ever.
As scared as she was, Kelly couldn't help but feel that the little girl was trying to tell her something, warn her, especially after Kelly's daughter, Natalie, was born.
Each evening when Nathan would leave to go to work, it kind of became a routine for me to gather all the things that I think that I would need, and we would literally bunker down into our master suite. I was just terrified to be in here by myself. Each night felt like forever. One particular night, I was watching a show and I decided to look up into the mirror when I heard those sounds. And when I looked into that mirror, there was the little girl. I didn't know what to do with myself because I didn't know what to do.
Terrified, Kelly couldn't understand what the spirits wanted with them, and with nowhere else to go, she and Nathan stayed in the house. But things took an even darker turn when their son Elijah was born.
One particular night, he was just at that point of crying where it was like a high-pitched scream, and he was consistently doing this for several hours. You try to do everything that you can to figure out what the problem is. I just couldn't take it anymore. I went outside and I took the baby monitor with me. I heard a male voice come over the monitor. What it said was, "Go to sleep, boy," in this deep voice that was stern. Go to sleep, boy. It terrified me so bad that I didn't know if I even wanted to go back into the house. Go to sleep, boy. But then my maternal instinct kicks in and it's like, no, you have to go into the house because your child's in there with whatever thing this is. Was this something that was maybe demonic because the way that it sounded was so creepy? When I ran into his room, he was laying there quiet as can be. I was looking around the room to try and figure out what in the world was in there. Nothing had ever happened. Everything was back to normal.
Next, the attention started to focus on Kelly's daughter.
Natalie was terrified.
Okay, good night. Mwah. Sleep tight, okay?
She was saying, Mom, there's a scary man in my closet. She started to tell me that he had like an old t-shirt on and really dirty jeans, and that the boots that he was wearing had like blood all over the tops of the boots.
When Kelly decided to endure the haunting of their family home, she never imagined the spirits would target her daughter.
She was saying, Mom, there's a scary man in my closet. She started to tell me that he had like an old t-shirt on and really dirty jeans, and that the boots that he was wearing had like blood all over the tops of the boots.
Hon, what's wrong? Are you okay? You okay?
I had never seen her this scared before. The closet door in there had opened by itself. Now this was a closet door that had where you have to unlatch it. And Natalie is too little to have even gotten up on a stool and still be able to reach it.
Kelly wondered if the spirit of the little girl was warning them about a darker entity.
After that had happened, that both my son and my daughter slept in my bed with me. And so here we were again, bunkered down in the master bedroom.
The next day, Kelly investigated who or what could have opened the closet.
I noticed that the closet door was yet again opened, and I shut it, and I make sure it's latched. Okay, now I know without a shadow of a doubt, this closet is closed. I heard this latching sound, and that gets my attention, and I turn my head towards it, and sure enough, this closet door had unlatched itself and opened. That terrified me. I go and I slam it shut this time. And at that point, I'm starting to get so afraid and scared at this time. I don't know if it's gonna fling me back, if it's gonna open again while I'm doing this. I felt like there was something maybe pushing back on the door to try and open it, and I was just taking whatever I could in my power to help keep this door shut. I had no idea what was on the other side of that closet. I have no way of knowing what it is capable of. I started to reach out to Jesus. So I was hollering for it to go away.
In the name of Jesus, get out of this house.
And I said that several times before I felt like it had gave up and that I could let go.
At breaking point, Kelly and Nathan finally called in paranormal investigator Brendan Shea. He began by researching the history of the house.
It's important when you start to investigate a location that you kind of want to get a sense of what was going on in this area. In the area where Kelly and Nathan's house was, there was an infamous murder that happened where a man murdered his mother and had 7 kids and he murdered all of them.
A violent person, such as a murderer, will absolutely be a threat in a person's home because they are in death what they were in life.
The spirit of the victim may want to protect the homeowner because they couldn't protect themselves, and they may be determined that this person doesn't hurt anyone else.
Brendan believed the negative spirit of the murderer might be what was terrorizing Kelly and her family.
In the second floor, I got heart palpitations and immediately goosebumps, and my hair on the back of my neck stood up. The feelings told me that this was definitely a room that we needed to check out because a lot of the claims came from this room, and now I'm getting a sense that there was somebody watching. Somebody watches all the time. We had digital voice recorders that we asked questions to try to get EVPs. Who are you? Why do you watch this family?
Who are you? What do you want with this family? Why are you watching them?
We were sitting there asking questions and we heard somebody whistle at us.
have to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
It got serious real quick. The environment changed.
Give us this day our daily bread.
It felt like so thick. I don't know how else to really explain it.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
My heart started racing, and I was told to get out by something in there. Just a deep voice that said, get out. You could feel that something was in here that didn't want to leave.
On earth as it is in heaven, our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, and deliver us from evil.
I just started saying the prayer like really loud and trying to let this thing know I want my house back.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
Frightened for their lives, Kelly and Nathan brought in paranormal investigator Brendan Shea to rid their home of a powerful, evil spirit.
On earth as it is in heaven, our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, and deliver us from evil.
I just started saying the prayer like really loud and trying to let this thing know I want my house back.
Our Father, who art in heaven.
That moment was just very intense. I was having like shortness of breath. I was willing to do whatever to get it out.
Back, beast! Back!
The energy changed, that it felt different in that room, and you could tell that it left.
The environment had felt lighter and just so much easier and like a breath of fresh air.
Thank you. Thank you.
With the banishment of the murderous entity, the other spirits were free to move into the light.
The ghosts are gone, and that kind of makes you feel good as a parent to be like, you know what, we felt like we have really done something here to get rid of this hell that we had been going through. It felt like we had our home back.
Reliving a past tragedy that has bound multiple spirits to your home can be a horrifying experience. But when the human spirits try to defend the living against something much darker, the results can be overwhelming.
Paranormal Survivors 3, Angela and Sid's Haunting. Interview with Angela. Take 1.
We moved in 2012. We were all excited. There was schools nearby, I worked nearby. Everything was really close. And then the place itself was huge.
Oh, Mom, this place is awesome.
It was everything that we were looking for.
Remember, the big bedroom's ours.
This house was in a beautiful neighborhood, very quiet.
I was really uneasy and uncomfortable. I felt like it was haunted right from the beginning. But I was trying to be happy and trying to put on a brave face for the family.
For the first few weeks, Angela was able to keep her anxiety in check.
From the very beginning, when I was walking down the stairs, I felt like there was somebody behind me trying to push me down the stairs.
My wife was very freaked out, and she was pregnant at the time.
And then when I got to the bottom of the stairs and I looked back around, I saw her. She was dressed in Victorian style clothes, and she had her hair up in a Victorian style bun. She didn't look like from our time frame at all. She was walking down the stairs, and then like a hand came out and kind of pushed, and I watched her tumble down the stairs, and I saw her neck break. That scared the crap out of me, and I was like, what is going on? I felt like she lived there and died there, and that was her home.
That wasn't the only apparition Angela would see around the house.
There was one that would come to the front door. It was like a soldier from World War I. It was like he was trying to come home after the war. He was constantly jiggling the handle and trying to open the door. It was too scary.
It's not uncommon for a house to be haunted by more than one entity. Once one entity gets in, it's actually easier for other entities to come into the property.
It wasn't long before Angela's son William had a terrifying experience of his own.
He was home alone one day and he was taking a shower. He said he saw hands pressing in on the shower curtain toward him.
He felt like it was something mean, something evil. He freaked out, ripped open the curtains to try to fight whatever was there, and there was nothing there.
I've never seen William that scared before. I think it still affects him to this day.
I was a little bit worried. I knew about the woman, the old Victorian woman going up and down the stairs, but was there something else in the house I didn't know about?
Usually if it is a big event that happened causing a fire, multiple deaths, multiple casualties, it's going to cause more than one entity. It can be multiple events. It can be multiple times. It can be different centuries. If a vortices is there, that's where the spirits are going to go.
Soon after, Angela encountered the same entity that terrified her son.
Going into the basement, it was so unbelievably cold, like not just normal basement cold, it was like walking into a freezer. I could like see my breath like it was a winter's day. I would feel like somebody was breathing in the back of my neck, and it didn't feel like a person, it felt animal-like. It was very, very scary. I felt this overwhelming fear in the pit of my stomach that is indescribable. And when I turned around, I saw a shadowy figure standing in the corner. And it started to grow and get bigger. It felt like it filled up the whole room. I felt like maybe it was demonic. It was so creepy and scary. And I just ran upstairs and I was crying and I was upset.
Dad!
There's something down there.
And I tried to comfort her. You know, what's wrong, honey? Relax, what's going on? Talk to me. And she was crying. She was absolutely scared out of her mind. And I thought our family was in danger after that.
After I had Colin, the Victorian lady would follow Colin wherever he was, whichever room that I laid the baby down for her to nap. She would stay there with him.
The family was frightened by the multiple entities in the house. But after her second son, Colin, was born, the spirit of the Victorian woman became a welcome guardian.
It felt like she was trying to protect him from something. He was maybe a month, maybe 2 months old.
But she wasn't strong enough to keep the demonic presence from the baby.
I laid him down for a nap and we were
downstairs.
The guardian spirit who was keeping Angela and Sydney's baby safe was losing the fight against the dominant, malevolent spirit.
And then all of a sudden, we heard this loud bang.
Shh, what was that?
We both looked at each other because it was coming from upstairs where Colin was, so we were scared.
So I freaked out, and I ran upstairs. And there was our son on the ground. Terror went through my heart.
We picked him up right away. We were so scared.
And we have no idea how he got out of the crib. I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, I told my wife, this is impossible. How can this be?
As a mom, it's terrifying.
We were in danger at that point, you know. If something can physically move our son, I knew we had something pretty serious.
How can you keep them safe? How can you keep anybody safe if that's going on?
Fearing for the safety of their baby, Angela and Sydney called in psychic medium Gay Calhoun.
I remember walking up to the house. The place had an odd energy to it. My impression was, I want to leave. This is really almost overpowering.
Hi.
I walked through the house and I thought, there's something wrong on the stairs.
There's a woman here who was murdered on the stairs.
I was stunned. I was speechless. I was like, wow. I thought, well, okay, my wife is not crazy then. You know, she really is seeing this as well. It was a reality check. I knew that something was really there.
Gay detected a powerful negative energy coming from downstairs.
Whatever's in the basement, it almost owns this place.
Gay thought that it was the spirit in the basement that would come up to frighten us. She knew something was in the basement and she knew it wasn't nice.
The energy in the house didn't feel human.
You could hear grunting and other animal sounds. It was not human. It was demonic. She agreed that we were all in danger.
I had no idea what it was. And it made you weak in the knees, like you didn't want to face this.
Leave this house. This is not your place.
I found that to be hard to deal with, hard to get past because it had a great deal of power and it knew it.
I was yelling to get out. I was terrified when I heard that.
Our Father who art in heaven,
Art in heaven.
hallowed be thy name.
I order you to go forever.
At first, the cleanse appeared to have worked.
It felt better for like a day or two, but then it felt like it came back, but way worse.
3 days after we did the cleansing, I was sleeping and I'd heard 3 very loud bangs, and it woke me up out of a dead sleep. soon as I walked into the kitchen, I had this feeling throughout my whole body, and it was, you know, like fear, instant fear. All the drawers were open, the cupboards were open, the fridge was open, the faucets were turned on, and it was just absolute chaos. I was absolutely frightened. I froze. I couldn't believe my eyes. This can't be happening. Like, we had just done a cleansing on this place. What is going on here?
I was scared. I felt like it was not going away. I felt like we needed to do something else. That's when we decided to call in the priest and have the house blessed by the priest as well.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
He told us there was things in the house that he had to exercise to get them out.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of tears, I will fear no evil.
He knew that the evil entity was in the basement.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
When we got down to the basement is really when it started to happen.
Be gone, beast.
When he was doing the blessing, there was a book that flew right behind him. I was scared when he was doing the exorcism. I didn't know if one of us were gonna get harmed during this.
Be gone, beast, be gone. Be gone.
Right at the end of the exorcism, it was just bang, and then everything stopped. And then you could feel this light come in the basement. It was beautiful.
We moved out shortly after the blessing. I felt like my entire family was in danger the whole time we lived in there.
Whatever's in the basement it's not going to leave.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
We need to get out of here.
When ordinary people have terrifying visions.
Something bad was gonna happen.
Leave us alone, or I'll burn this place to the ground.
Get out.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Stacy's Gift.
Pete and I had a really open and fun relationship. We have started out as friends and we just did a lot of things in common. We like to hike, we like to play games. We both had the same values. We had a really strong relationship to the point where we were ready to take that next step. I had a dream about Pete. It was in October of 2009, 2 days before Halloween. The dream that I had about Pete was very rattling. It was dark out, it was cold, and I remember the leaves had fallen, so it was early winter. In my dream, Pete, he was in an accident, and I knew it involved a vehicle. It was bad. He had an impact with something, but I couldn't tell what. I was standing outside just watching. Everything is very crystal clear. I could feel the weather. I could tell what time of day it was. It was just rattling. I woke up out of a dead sleep, just panicked.
What's going on?
You know, I wanted to hold him a little closer.
You okay?
You know, just really make sure that he was there and okay. Pete was a bit startled, and he knew how panicked and upset that I was about it. He reassured me that he was fine.
It's okay.
Three days later, Stacy was in the kitchen when her phone rang. It was the police.
When I was told about Pete's accident, I was told that it was pretty severe. He hit a tree, and it was on the driver's side that most of the damage was. Pete's injuries were extensive. Punctured lung, some damage to his legs, also fractured his spinal column and cord in 3 places. And unfortunately, it ended with his passing. I was beyond upset. Sorry. It was then that I realized I had this dream. The dream that I had about Pete and his actual accident were 3 days apart. The premonition that I was given, I really don't have any idea where that came from.
Stacy tried to carry on with her life as best she could, blocking out the pain of Pete's passing, as well as her vision of that deadly scene.
I kept a photo of Pete at home. I remember specifically that I had placed the photo face down so that it wouldn't get knocked off or broken.
But something wouldn't let her forget Pete or her premonition.
When I saw Pete's picture laying in the middle of the floor, just completely dismantled, I really didn't understand why. There's no logical explanation. I couldn't understand if that was him saying, "Hi, I'm here, I'm with you," or if that was something else expressing their displeasure. I don't know what to make of that.
Stacy wasn't sure if her terrifying vision was a curse or a gift. What it did do was begin a passion with the paranormal.
My interest in the paranormal began to peak following everything that happened with Pete. I got into trying to develop my skills as an empath and an intuitive.
I believe that psychic gifts and abilities, including the gift of clairvoyance, I believe it's available to everybody to a certain degree. It's like learning how to play the piano. Some people will pick it up very easily and can become professional concert pianists. Other ones won't be able to play much of anything. One's psychic gifts can suddenly open up or develop at any time in their life. Sometimes when there has been a death of a loved one, that shock can actually open up their psychic gifts and abilities. And as one learns how to use this gift, how to open up their gift, how to have confidence in it, it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger.
When I really started to meet a lot of people in the paranormal world who had the same gifts, I met Steve Culls when we both were part of a paranormal team.
I realized that she had a gift. We both have this extreme thirst for knowledge in the paranormal field. We were invited by a couple of other paranormal investigators to come out and investigate this location. There had been a death there, and we weren't really sure if the place was haunted or not. So we were gonna go out there to check it out and see what's what.
We're going to investigate this place tonight. You want to come along?
Then, Stacy had another one of her premonitions.
Don't go. Something bad was going to happen.
After Stacy foresaw her boyfriend's death in a terrifying vision, she began to hone her gifts as an empath. But when Steve Culls asked her on a paranormal investigation, another vision came with a terrifying warning.
Something bad was going to happen. I don't know what it was, but I was not going to be a part of it.
Don't go.
I said, I don't think you should go. It's not going to be a good idea. It just had some form of negative energy attached to it, and it was just pushing me away. Whatever was in me was telling me, do not go. Don't go.
She had very bad vibes about going there. Stacy tried imploring me not to go, and she pleaded me not to go.
Don't go. Do not go.
Relax.
But I needed to be there to make sure everybody's okay.
While Steve began his investigation 30 miles away, Stacy felt compelled to conduct one of her own with fellow intuitive Claire.
I felt like this location would be a good place to explore our abilities. It was a house, and it had been vacant for some time. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere. It was off the beaten path, and nobody lived there, so we weren't going to be in anybody's way. I said, I really think that there's something in the back that I need to check out. It was just after dusk, so it was really quite dark. And it just started getting more and more negative feeling. When we got to the back side of the house, it felt like we were absolutely being watched. just felt like we were not welcome. It was a terrifying feeling. It was not a good feeling at all. I remember saying to her, I don't feel very good. Something's not right. And she said, I feel it too. I don't know what it is. I saw had to have been 7-foot figure just appear. It was black. It was really negative. There were definitely protrusions from the top of the head. It was there to tell us to leave. It was absolutely terrifying. She and I looked at each other and I said, we need to get out of here. I felt it just following us down the driveway. It was right behind us.
As Stacy and Claire were fearing for their lives, 30 miles away at the very same time, Steve and his team had also come face to face with evil.
I had this very ominous feeling like, you know, something was over my shoulder watching me. I felt that this mission was gonna be dangerous.
Can you feel that? Something is here.
We asked to see a sign of its presence or, you know, show yourself.
Give us a sign.
Despite Stacy's ominous vision, Steve continued with his investigation of a haunting that would soon realize every terrifying moment Stacy had foreseen.
Give us a sign.
And a chair actually moved. And we heard it just push back. We saw it move back. Everybody was getting a little on edge.
Steve and the team tried to communicate with whatever was in the room.
The spirit box was where everything started to come together. The spirit box basically is a radio that has the stop feature taken out of a scan. And it will sweep frequencies, and the theory is that spirits can manipulate these frequencies to stop on particular words that they want to communicate to us. We ask direct questions, and hopefully we'll get an intelligent response back.
Why are you here?
I asked very bluntly to the spirit box, do you know who I am? And the response to that was priest. Priest. It kind of startled everybody because I had been a chaplain before. Priest. And then the spirit box continued on and said my name, first name and last name. I've never expected in a million years to hear my last name come out of the box.
Steve Cottage.
How would have known that? We were dealing with something that knew me.
Steve.
Human spirits don't have knowledge of that kind, but demonic spirits have something called preternatural knowledge. So that's why when it said my last name, it flagged it as being demonic. What we were dealing with was something evil. That's when all the activity picked up. I remember something poking me, like I felt something tapping on the back of my head.
Something just scratched me.
People were being pushed, touched, scratched. One person actually reported that they were feeling a burning sensation on their ear.
Oh my God.
Her ear was beet red. At that point,
Leave us alone, or I'll burn this place to the ground.
one of the investigators had threatened whatever it was, saying to leave us alone or I'm gonna burn this place down.
Leave us alone, or I swear I'll burn this house down.
Provoking the spirit with violence is only opening yourself up to attack. You may be inviting something in there that is not friendly. When you provoke something with violence, it can come back at you tenfold. Just feel like something is just pushing on their back or their front and feeling off balance. The air was very thick and hard to breathe, hard to walk, hard to move, almost like they're submerged in water. One of the guys in the group had noticed a ferocious-looking werewolf almost. Big ears, teeth. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I told it to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. Get out. I knew that this was something dark, something demonic.
Let's go.
Recalling Stacy's vision, Steve knew he had to get his team out for their own safety.
We wrapped up and left.
As they were packing to go, Steve got a call from a terrified Stacy, who had just escaped her own malevolent entity.
What?
I spoke with Stacy about her experiences.
Really? Us too. What did it look like?
She described seeing this ominous, ferocious-looking type of thing.
That's exactly what we saw.
He told me more about their night, and it was very eerily similar to what I had seen at the house.
Stacy and Steve both came to the haunting realization that they had been attacked by the same demonic creature at the exact same time.
Demonic entities don't have the same restraints of time and space that we have in the physical. So one demonic entity can be haunting two separate people at two separate times. Demons have a very interesting way of being able to manipulate space, and what they can do, which is incredible, is that they can bilocate. So they can be in two places at one time. Time is completely irrelevant to a demon. If he wants to get to you, he'll get to you.
My guess is it just had a vendetta against our team. The distance between the two places was, about 30 miles. So for something to be at another location at the same time, to me, screams of something of the dark forces.
Eager to put the night behind her, Stacy returned home. But it wouldn't be that easy to rid herself of the demonic presence.
When I went home that night and I tried to go to sleep, remembered seeing a shadow, a very dark shadow, move between my room and the bathroom across the hall.
After confronting a demonic presence on an investigation, Stacy fled home from the scene. But she hadn't done so alone.
I remembered seeing a shadow, a very dark shadow, move. It was almost like somebody slinking across the hallway. As I was watching this figure move so creepily across into the bathroom, it didn't register with me really what I saw. There was this presence right in front of my face just snarling at me and just growling. It was very animalistic. It had a very guttural tone to it. And that was very terrifying, and to know that it was in my house.
The demon disappeared, leaving a warning behind.
Every time you deal with a demonic entity or a dark force, we end up sometimes taking some of these things home with us very unknowingly. Even the most experienced investigators have taken stuff home with them.
In some ways, a demonic entity will latch on much stronger to somebody who's just opened up their psychic gifts and abilities. They want to take control of this person. So sometimes they'll latch on much harder than they will to others. On the other hand, if somebody can see that demonic entity or they can feel them with their psychic gifts and abilities, they will know how to get rid of that demonic entity. They'll know when it's gone.
Oh, Father, what?
We take very extreme measures to protect our home, to protect our teams, and we have protective prayers.
For thine is the kingdom from evil.
And we surround ourselves by positive light, white light, asking for God to protect us.
For power and the glory. Amen.
I'm not really sure what its purpose was and why it showed itself to me, but I haven't experienced it since. I don't know if it was trying to find a way in, and I wouldn't let it, so it disappeared.
Undeterred by the attack, Stacy and Steve continue to investigate.
And that's where you want to go.
Yes.
Thirsty as ever to understand the world of the paranormal.
It's gonna be dangerous.
This experience has changed a lot in my life. It's helped me to try and develop my gifts.
You see that thing there?
Our night's events are just another reinforcement that she has abilities.
Yes, that's exactly.
And I think it's a reinforcement that the paranormal is a very amazing but dangerous world.
Yeah. The experiences that I've had really solidify my need to try and figure out what's going on, because the paranormal does exist, and I need to know why.
It's a terrifying experience to have visions foreseeing an encounter with a demon. But what's even more devastating is when a demon invades your home and your dreams.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Dee's Nightmare Apartment. Interview with Dee, take 1.
It was exciting to move in with our little family. We finally had got this great new apartment. It felt like we had everything going for us.
However, the apartment was not as perfect as it first seemed.
We started to notice strange things probably about maybe the 2-month mark. One of the first things we noticed was the knocking on the walls.
What is it?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go check on the baby.
It's probably just the neighbors.
We attributed it to the neighbors, you know, but it was inside our apartment. The knocks, they were more like in the walls. I'd walk around the apartment, what is that noise?
The noises defied explanation, but would be just the beginning of the strange activity.
Oh my God, what is that?
You'd open that front entrance and you'd smell it. You would smell this burning smell. I had never smelled anything like that before. I have no idea what that smell was or where it was coming from. But it was always constant. It was always there.
Spirits will often show themselves in different manners, so we recognize them, especially if we can't see them. When you're dealing with a malevolent spirit, they're known to have foul smells, such as rotten eggs, decaying flesh, things of that nature, sewage. You know, they emit what they are. So.
Always seemed like the air had been removed from the apartment. It was almost like you couldn't breathe, like something had its hands on your lungs squeezing the air out.
I'm gonna open up a window.
These crows had nested in the trees, hundreds of crows just outside of our window. All day long, they were like squawking and cawing. And with the stale air in the apartment, if we open that window, that's all we would hear is these crows, and it would drive you crazy.
Someone who is experiencing paranormal activity in their lives and suddenly see a murder of crows, that can be a portent. That can be a warning. Crows, traditionally, are harbingers of death. They eat carrion, so they're considered to be very much a warning of something that's not very pleasant that's about to occur.
The crows are back.
When we would leave the apartment, they would follow us around, watching us. With all those crows, it felt like death was on your mind the whole time. It felt like something bad was gonna happen.
Dee had been excited to move into a new home with his girlfriend and their baby. But strange activity and ominous portents quickly turned excitement into fear.
It felt like something bad was gonna happen.
Gradually, the activity began to increase.
We heard children laughing and running outside.
What are kids doing up at 2 a.m.?
And it got annoying. We just were like, well, it's gotta be the neighbors or something. But over time, we learned that the neighbors don't have kids. It'd be loud enough that we would have to get up and say, okay, who is this making all this racket? We would go to the doors like, I'm gonna catch these kids. Open the door. There's no one there. It was just utter astonishment. There's nobody there. We said, this place is haunted.
The activity began to invade their dreams.
We were both starting to get really stressed out. My girlfriend had nightmares. She would dream about walking from our bedroom down our hallway towards a flickering light. And then she saw this thing come around the corner. It was like a devil dog. She would wake up from these nightmares, upset and crying. From what she remembers, it had like a dog's face, and it had those large alien-type eyes, all black, white, sharp teeth. She was just completely freaked.
It's just a dream. It's all over. It's okay.
Sometimes entities will use dreams as a way to communicate with the living. So they can come into their dreams. Often they will give them nightmares. They will communicate terrible, horrible things, and the person will wake up thinking they've had this terrible nightmare. Entities, demons, spirits, because they like to appear to you when your guard is down and when you're in a different state of consciousness. When an ordinary person has a vision or a premonition, it can be incredibly debilitating, sometimes even traumatizing.
These visions did not remain in the land of Dee's girlfriend's dreams. As the spirit's power increased, so did the activity.
We would hear cups and plates smashing against the sides of the cupboards, or you'd hear the cupboard doors open and slam. When I went around to check the cupboards, I expected everything to be in different places, but everything was exactly how we had arranged it. We both felt that there was something in the apartment that was playing head games with us, trying to trick us. All this stuff really played on me, kind of drove me a little mad.
The activity began to change, to manifest into something more physical and more threatening.
Being watched in the apartment was almost a constant thing. It felt like there was someone right in front of you, but you just couldn't see it. And you'd get the chills. It was difficult to live there with this feeling of being watched and the negative, oppressive feeling. It was a constant thing.
Honey, I'm going to work. Lock the door after me.
Leaving the house was a relief.
With Dee at work, his girlfriend was alone in the apartment. Or so she thought.
She said, I heard a knock at the door, and I went and looked. And there you were, standing there. So I opened the door, and you were gone. She looked down both ways. There was no one there. That completely blew her mind.
That's it. I can't take it.
As a result of all these things that were happening, we ended up moving in for a short time with my girlfriend's dad. We stayed about 2 weeks. It was total dread to come home.
If Dee thought their time away had stopped the activity, he was in for an unpleasant surprise.
Progressively, things had gotten worse. We would be laying in bed, and my girlfriend would see black, hazy things scurrying across the ceiling.
Wake up! Wake up!
I saw something black and hazy come sweeping across the floor. And I'm like, what was that? It was long. It was like, I'd say at least that long. And it came across the floor, and I don't know what that was. I looked down under the bed and saw nothing. It scared both of us. It was like living in a nightmare. It was a true sense of horror to live in that apartment. It was constant dread. I did feel that this is gonna get worse, something's gonna happen. I don't know.
The next night, Dee and his girlfriend hoped they could finally get some rest from their torment.
We're laying in bed, and we hear the bathroom door unlatch, open, and then the door closed again. And we're like, did you hear that?
Dee's girlfriend had been having paralyzing visions of a dog-like demon in their house. Those visions were about to become only too real.
So we went over to that door. I'm reaching for the door handle to unlatch it. And it took almost all I had to unlatch that door. And when I did, I opened the door only to find a flickering light. I was scared, and so was she.
Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Dee and his girlfriend heard something scurry past them, down the stairs and into the kitchen.
It sounded like fat feet slapping heavily across the floor from the bathroom all the way down the hall. Like heavy feet running down that hallway, and you could hear it thudding on the floor. To this day, my hair still stands on end.
They plucked up their courage and went to investigate. Horrified, Dee's girlfriend felt as though her devil dog-like vision was coming true.
And we saw the creature and this devil dog. It was black, furry, and alien eyes. I call it demonic because there's no other words to describe other than a demon. As it came by, all the shadows shifted in the living room. And this was quick. It went like that, just disappeared. She was shocked, to say the least. She was crying. The tears were pouring out, and I'm trying to hold her, and I'm holding her in disbelief.
People are absolutely terrified and completely traumatized when they realize that what they thought was a nightmare was actually a vision given to them by a demonic entity.
We got completely freaked out. There's some sort of presence there with us. And we're seeing these black, hazy shadows that just swept across the wall. That was the last straw. I have no idea why they would target us. My feeling was something bad's gonna happen sooner or later. Someone's gonna end up dead as a result. We just wanted to get the heck out of there. So we moved out.
When an entity invades your dreams and then starts to invade real life, starts to invade everything around you, it's time to move. It's time to leave.
Yeah, to be out of the apartment, we felt so much better. But I believe it's still there. Even to drive by gives me chills. You hear the stories from other people, but you don't believe it. Not until it happens to you. I went through this. It's completely true.
I was scared to death. The most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
And then when the door opened, it was completely terrifying.
When teens are tormented.
If whoever's here is strong enough to rumble the house, what are we dealing with? Get out.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 28, Brian's Freetown Fright. Interview with Brian, marking.
My parents probably spent about 8 to 9 months of time building this house. I was right around 10 years old when we first moved into the home. I thought the house was great. We had lived in an apartment, and this was, a big house for us, and it was in a country setting. We couldn't wait to move into the home.
I think it was a perfect house, and my husband and I wanted a place for my children to have plenty of room to enjoy life and growing up.
Brian enjoyed his childhood in the new home. But when he became a teenager, the happy times came to an end.
So the noises and the strange occurrences started to happen, I'm gonna say around 5 years after we were there. And it seemed to occur every night around 11 p.m. I would hear the footsteps coming up the stairs, going into this extra bedroom, which was an office. And I assumed at that time my parents were just going upstairs, doing some paperwork before they went to bed.
Mom? Dad, is that you?
But I started to be suspicious of these footsteps that were going into the office because I don't recall them ever coming out. And then there were voices that you could hear later on. And whether the door was open or whether it was closed, it was extremely cold to the point where at times you could see your breath. I was definitely questioning what was going on. Maybe they had the window open, who knows? I think you always try to make an excuse or try to find a rational answer. But there was definitely a presence or more in the house.
Normally, one of the first things that happens that homeowners actually pay attention to in a home with a haunting are footsteps or creaking. And that's usually why those things happen, is because whatever is there wants to attract attention.
If there was paranormal activity in the house, only Brian could hear it.
You slept much.
Definitely over breakfast, I would discuss it with my parents and just tell them, something's going on in this house. I don't know for what reason. It seems like 2 people are going into the spare bedroom. It's happening around 11 o'clock, and I don't know what's going on.
There was knocking all last night.
No, there's nothing wrong with this house, sweetie.
We weren't really paying attention. In the beginning, my husband and I heard noises in the house, and we were just thinking that it was a new house with the creaks and, wood drying and things like that. I never thought it was anything spiritual at the time.
You don't hear that at night? Hear what?
Teenagers can be prone to more paranormal activity because they are more of an innocent. They're more curious and they're more open to learning. They're more open to the conscious awareness. They're not set in their ways yet.
Soon, Brian wasn't the only target of the activity.
I think it was after school. About 2 or 3 of my friends had come over, and we were sneaking cigarettes in the basement, and we started to play pool. We heard the front door open and panicked because we thought we had gotten caught. We heard the door open and we heard the door close, and footsteps that then went up the stairs. And I rushed upstairs thinking my parents had come home early, and there was no one home. There was still the deadbolt on the front door. There wasn't any cars in the driveway, and no one was in the house.
Mom? Dad?
I can remember like getting goosebumps and thinking like, what's going on here? My friends thought it was pretty freaky. I was really shocked because this was really the first time that the noise had been so clear that everyone reacted to it.
Brian decided to put his theory to the test. It was a decision he'd live to regret.
I think you just ask it questions.
So we had come up with the idea of, let's see if we can contact who's haunting the house. I had never played with a spirit board before. I didn't really know how they worked. I just thought it was more of a game. Two of us began to play on the board. I think there was a girl off to the side who seemed a little creeped out by us playing it and didn't want anything to do with it. For the first 5 or 10 minutes, there was actually nothing that occurred. But then we started asking questions like, who's here? And we did get a response, and I believe the name was Jim. And we asked, do you know anybody here? And it spelled out yes. And then it spelled out the girl's name who was off to the side.
That's not funny.
She actually said that, you know, my friend Jim, I had a friend, Jim, that died in a car accident.
Bye, Brian.
And she gathered up her stuff to go home. After she left, I continued to play it just because we felt like maybe we had contacted something and we wanted to find out what was going on in the house. We would play with the spirit board almost every night. Probably, we would play for a good hour to 2 hours. It was almost as though as we would play the board, there was something waiting to talk to us.
A spirit board can be extremely dangerous, whether it's used the right way or the wrong way. It's almost impossible, even for trained professionals, to control a spirit board. It's extraordinarily dangerous. I have seen myself professionals in this industry that have run into very dangerous situations by using a spirit board. It's almost impossible to control what comes through.
The use of the spirit board gave these chattering entities a portal through which to manifest into something more physical.
My mom saying that my dad had gotten up a couple of times and thought that he had actually bumped into a shadow right in front of my door.
The first time my husband felt that he banged into something is the first day he says that, honey, maybe I was asleep, but it felt like there was someone actually standing in front of me. He said he felt a cold sensation when he bumped into that person. He would see a shadow figure. It seemed like a very tall person. You could see the shape of the body, the head. Then I started getting a little worried about whatever was going on in the house.
So there was a point of time where my parents took custody of a friend of mine, Scott, and he moved into our home and we set an extra bed in my bedroom up for him.
When Brian became a teenager, that move into puberty woke a spirit energy that invaded his house. Then, when Brian and his buddy Scott used a spirit board to communicate with the spirit, they unknowingly invited something much more dangerous. Scott experienced the activity that had plagued Brian. And with 2 teenagers in the house, it was getting worse.
Once he began experiencing himself, he was shocked. We started to notice that the activity changed. We could hear 3 voices now. The voices started to become stronger in the house, and I can remember us trying to be as quiet as we can. He said, "Do you see what I see?" There was a shadow, and it was darker than the darkness of the room. And you could see the outline of a head and shoulders. There wasn't any features, but it was definitely looking in our direction. It was definitely something that freaked us out. We got the impression personally that it was telling us, we're here and we want you to know that we're here. As though whatever we were looking at isn't something good. Scott said, someone's on my chest or holding me down, and I can't move. I was pretty shocked that whatever was in the house was now doing something to my friend. There was no sound, there was no pre-warning. It would just happen. And it just was a helpless feeling like, I can't control this. Something had changed, that this wasn't just maybe a set of friendly spirits just entering the home. Something darker was present.
Scott moved out because of what was going on in the house. He was frightened of it. That's when my husband and I got extremely worried, and we didn't want it continuing.
Fearing the spirit board was to blame, Brian's dad took matters into his own hands.
I didn't know about them playing with a spiritual board, but later on my son told us about the spiritual board, and I said, well, honey, I think you brought something into the house. I'm not sure.
I was definitely concerned at this point that I might have brought something into my home.
My husband took it and burned it. We actually thought by burning it that whatever was in the house would go away with the board.
But what they didn't know was that burning the board would make the activity worse.
After the board was gone, I think everything kind of went up to another level. It just seemed like everything elevated from there. Things definitely got more intense and more physical. And for some reason, they really started to occur mainly around me. The banging and the scratching and the clawing in the walls were definitely more intense. I remember that they would start behind my headboard, and they would just roll around the room and just engulf my entire room, go up over my head into the ceiling, and be in the floor. This was at a totally different level. Something was not happy. And it got to the point where I don't think I can handle any more of this. It's this intense. Felt like I had to cover my ears because of the intensity and the strength of it. I can definitely remember praying, please make it stop. in an instant, it was like someone flipped the switch and it just stopped. It was like eerily quiet. It was like no noise.
That silence would be shattered, not only for Brian, but for his parents as well, who were now targets of this terrifying spirit.
It was frightening to hear the different banging noise and the scratching in the walls, because at the time, no one could figure out what it really was. The banging started to get louder, like someone was in the wall banging.
Feeding off their fear, the spirit only gained in strength.
I remember sitting at the dining room table one night with my mom and dad. And I can remember saying, I feel like something's behind me.
After dabbling in the occult with his teenage friends, Brian unknowingly invited a sinister spirit into his home. That spirit began to torment Brian and his family in a way that was impossible to ignore.
And I can remember saying, I feel like something's behind me. And I got this burning sensation on my back, as though you were burnt with a cigarette.
Brian.
And I pulled up my shirt, and I had 3 scratches from the top of my shoulder blades down to the bottom of my back.
When I seen Brian with the scratches on his back, I got all upset and I didn't know what to think.
I believed that whatever was there was getting stronger and stronger. I was concerned of what was gonna come next.
We can't put up with this anymore. We gotta get some help in this house.
Vivian and Bob called in a paranormal investigator to help.
When he came to our house, he walked around the entire home. He sensed that the builder may have disturbed some unmarked graves. He said that he felt that those initial set of footsteps and those noises were just those spirits that had been disturbed. He said that he felt that those original entities were harmless, but he sensed that there was some negative energy in the home. He went right to my bedroom, said that most of it was occurring here.
Have you been using a spirit board?
He asked if anyone had played with a spirit board because he felt as though we had opened a door and allowed other things to come through.
He said there were evil entities. They weren't good people. And the spirit board brought in evil.
My parents were definitely shocked. And immediately they wanted it out. They wanted to find out what we needed to do to get these energies out. He had gone up in one of the bedrooms and opened a window. He would start cleansing in the basement. He would work his way around each room and eventually push the entities out this final window.
He asked me to take part in the cleansing because I wasn't afraid. I will face anything for my children and my husband. I'm sorry. You keep doing that.
After cleansing the rest of the house, they came to Brian's room, the center of the activity.
I felt this heaviness on top of me, like whatever it was kept trying to hold me back so I wouldn't continue. He and I were both reciting prayers, and at times I would take the holy water.
There was an extremely loud bang, and I remember sitting at the table just kind of jumping up, shocked. And then the house just had this like tremble or rumble to it. If whatever's here is strong enough to rumble the house, what are we dealing with? He was at that last open window. As he closed the window, he had done a cross over the window and to do somewhat of a final seal.
When it was over, I didn't have that heaviness at all. I felt so light, like nothing had ever happened in my house.
So when he finished, you could definitely feel almost a difference in the air. The home seemed lighter. I felt extremely relieved.
It felt so good. With no more evil, no more worries about my children, and I didn't know how to protect them from whatever was going on in the house. But I have never experienced anything negative since the cleansing. I believe that protected us.
When teenagers dabble in the occult, it can lead to terrible circumstances. But when a teen has done nothing to elicit the attention of a demonic spirit, it can be devastating.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 20, Amber's Haunting, Mark.
I had lived in Grove City my whole life.
Amber walked home from school the same way every day. And each day she couldn't help but notice one house along that walk.
There was just something about the house that always just stuck out. There were hundreds of houses on that block, but that was always the one that just stuck out to me, even as a little kid.
Unable to shake the unease she felt in its presence, Amber changed her route.
And nothing about it really looked scary. There was just some sort of vibe that it seemed to give off that seemed to scare me.
With her new route home, Amber was able to put the house out of her mind. Until the unthinkable happened. In 2007, her father announced that they were moving.
Look at this place. Welcome to your new home, kid.
But when he showed her their new home, Amber's blood ran cold.
I was actually very surprised when I found out that we were going to be moving into that house of all houses.
I liked the house a lot. The house had really nice curb appeal, and inside was just as nice as the outside.
Though she had never been inside, the house was eerily familiar.
The night before, I had actually had a dream about the inside of the house. And when we walked in, I was immediately so freaked out because every single detail in my dream was exactly how the house had looked like. I'd never seen the inside of the house before. For it to be exactly how it looked in my dream was very, very scary. The first few months, it was just a normal house. I'd moved around to different houses so much as a kid that it was second nature to me to move into a new house. But the first few months just were normal. Nothing really happened until we'd lived there probably about 6 months.
Like any teenager, Amber loved the privacy of her own room,
This is me in my bedroom.
recording videos for fun.
Let me just here. And my vanity.
But her videos captured more than she bargained for. When teenaged Amber moved into a new house with her father Don, she had no idea that taking a harmless video of her room would result in revealing a menacing spirit.
I was taking a video. And when I played it back, I could hear a man's voice whispering my name.
Dad? Dad?
He just said Amber. It sent chills down my spine to hear that voice.
What's wrong?
I said, Dad, you've got to listen to this. And I played it for him.
They probably picked something up from next door. I'm sure it's fine.
I was always a skeptic, but we did hear a voice say Amber, just as plain as day, and it was a man's voice. And I didn't have an answer because I didn't know what to say to my daughter.
Spirits are attracted to teenagers because of they have a young, vulnerable, healthy energy that they like to feed off of. But also teens are now opening up the door to the spirit world and starting to discover the supernatural, the paranormal.
That's it for me. I'm going to bed. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night. At first, it was maybe once or twice a month we would have something happen. And then shortly thereafter, it was happening at least once a week, if not more. I would hear noises. I felt like I was being watched. I had a door slam shut when I was in the room. Things that I tried so hard to explain away and couldn't. It was so weird that I just kind of kept it to myself. I was afraid that my dad was going to say that I was crazy, that there was nothing there, that I was making it all up, something.
As the weeks passed, the strange activity intensified to a terrifying level.
It was very late at night, probably 2 in the morning, and I all of a sudden felt a hand come down on my shoulder and squeeze it. There was a force that felt more masculine. And I assumed it was my dad. So I turned around to say, "Dad, what are you doing up so late?" And nobody was there. I rubbed my shoulder and it was ice cold. That freaked me out. There was no explaining it away. And it was just so creepy.
Fearing ridicule, Amber didn't tell her father about the continual torment she experienced in the house.
I was brushing my teeth, getting ready for school, and I heard a noise. When I heard that noise, I looked over and I just saw that hook just pop right out of the hole all by itself. At first, I was just so shocked I couldn't even move. It felt like something was going to rush me. Then I don't know if it was going to attack me, but that was sort of the feeling that I got, that it was coming after me. And then when the door opened, I just felt cold air hit me, and I just took off running, and I waited outside until my dad came to get me to take me to school. It was completely terrifying.
Did you get that assignment from Mr. Ross?
Amber suffered in silence until the activity took a violent turn.
Sorry, Raquel.
I was on the phone talking to my best friend from school.
Raquel, I have to call you back. Okay, bye.
And out of nowhere, my arm started burning. It felt kind of like my arm was on fire. I looked down and there was a scratch that was maybe 3 inches long. It just was so long and it hurt so bad. I was completely freaked out.
What? 16-year-old Amber suffered in silence when she was targeted by paranormal activity. But when that activity turned violent, she couldn't fight it any longer.
I found 3 on my stomach. It freaked me out because I knew that I hadn't done it to myself. It scared me, completely scared me.
Dad! Dad!
What's wrong? What happened?
I don't know.
There were definitely marks, and I chalked it up to her cat. I said, "Well, your cat must have scratched." And she said, "Dad, look at that. Those are not cat scratches." And she's right. They were too far apart for a cat, and too long. She was very scared, and she said, "Dad, something's going on. You know, I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do." Neither did I.
If an entity attacks you and leaves scratches on you, it definitely means that that entity is there, but that entity is very powerful and it wants to frighten you and it wants you to know that it's able to physically interact with you. That means that it's a very dangerous entity, so you really need to take heed.
We were sitting on the porch and I'd heard a little girl laughing. There were no kids even remotely visible. And that was what caused me to start recording on my phone.
It just was a young kid giggling, a young girl giggling. Unmistakable.
Did you hear that?
And it was shortly into that recording that I caught a voice saying Mary. It was a raspy woman's voice.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Hello? Is someone bothering my daughter? Make yourself known.
We had the recorder going, and I said, whoever's here and is doing this, you need to come out right now and face me. And as soon as I got done speaking, there was a deep, gruff voice that said, no, just like that. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when I just said that because I remember it so plain. How do you explain that?
So that was when he started to believe more of what was going on.
One day, Don had a neighbor over who had lived on the street for decades. He decided to play the recording that Amber had made, hoping to trigger any insight.
That's Mary's voice.
Mary?
She lived in this house for 40 years.
Apparently, the lady that had lived in that house and had died in that house, her name was Mary. She knew her, and she said, that's her voice. It really puts a lump in your throat, you know. Tell you, that was about it for me. I said, Amber is definitely not hallucinating. There's something going on in this house. And I started to get a little scared myself.
There were multiple spirits in the house. The one that said Mary, but there was definitely a second presence that definitely was just evil or mean or borderline demonic.
That presence kept its sights on Amber and became even more threatening.
There was a point in time where I started to feel that, yes, it wanted to hurt me. I do not know why it was targeting me, but I completely felt threatened. I was home alone. My dad was still at work, and I was just in the kitchen making lunch. And I used a knife to put everything together. And then I put the knife back. And then I heard one solid clang, and that knife was sitting directly in the middle of the floor of the kitchen, pointing it at me. I was completely freaked out. It was a good 5 feet away from where I had left it. That was the moment I started to feel threatened.
I think the turning point for me was the knife throwing. Having the knife thrown at her was the most terrifying moment. Your first reaction as a father is anybody hurts your daughter, you want to kill them. But what do you do when it's something that you can't explain? Moving was not an option. I lived paycheck to paycheck. We had to stay and stick it out.
So far, the activity had only targeted Amber. But that changed when she had a friend over.
We were actually getting ready to just go out, and we were upstairs getting ready when she realized she left her makeup bag downstairs.
Multiple entities were targeting young Amber in her house. But when one in particular wasn't being heard, he began terrorizing her teenage friends.
She started screaming, and I first thought she fell down the stairs. I was terrified. But when I went out, she was just standing on the steps, almost paralyzed. There was complete terror in her eyes. She just looked at me and she looked back towards the door, and that's when I could see the man standing there.
I saw this man. He looked older and weathered skin, and he had a hat on, and he didn't look like he was from our time. He looked frustrated and angry with me. I felt just this negative energy coming at me. I felt anger. It scares me a lot to this day.
Yeah, he seemed to be staring directly at where Raquel and I were. He was definitely looking at us, and it was just a very intense, angry feeling.
I felt like he didn't want me to be upstairs, like he was just all that negative energy. I felt it almost in my back. I was so afraid he would try and pull me down.
Too panicked to leave the bedroom, Amber and Raquel eventually went to sleep.
I was sleeping and I felt something wake me up. I felt like somebody was watching me. And I woke up and I just looked up and there was a man hovering over me. I just froze. I just saw his face and he looked really angry. I was really afraid he was going to hurt me.
She actually was visibly shaking when she talked about it. And after that, I started to get very worried that things were escalating.
It was right here. Like, over me.
I didn't want to stay there.
Finding the resources wherever they could, Dawn and Amber finally moved out of the house.
But as soon as it was financially able for us, we got out of that house, and we never, ever thought about going back.
I don't feel like I ever really got closure just because I never really found out what was causing the haunting, but I was ecstatic to get out of there.
I believe there was something darker in that house. Something evil was in that house. I do believe the dark force was the one targeting Amber, and I don't know why. You know, something wanted her dead or hurt very badly, and there is no doubt that there are entities around us, forces, whatever, spirits, whatever you want to call it, they're out there. My daughter was subject to torture, if you want to say that, but it's real.
I was scared to death, the most scared I've ever been in my life.
You are about to see real people.
What the hell is going on here?
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I've never been terrified like that in my life.
When ghosts take over your home.
I'm like, oh my God, what's going on here?
I hated that entire house. I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 24, Kathy's Childhood Haunt, Interview with Kathy, marking.
My parents bought the house in the mid-50s. It's way out in the country, far back from the road. My parents lived there for about 10 years before I was born. My first memory, I was probably 2 years old. I was still in a crib. And 3 people walked into my bedroom, a woman and 2 men. Even though I was very small, I knew it was people that I did not recognize. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothing. The men were wearing suits. The woman had a little pillbox hat with a small veil. She was wearing a suit. I remember standing up, holding onto the side of my crib, looking at them. All 3 of them were talking, and they were talking about me. I was confused because I didn't understand why these people were in my room.
The incidents didn't stop there. As Kathy grew, so did the intensity of the activity until it reached a ghoulish pitch.
It was very terrifying living in that house growing up. And you couldn't really tell your friends or anybody about what you were experiencing. When I was about 7 or 8, I had a really creepy feeling one night. It just felt like something was in the room with me. I had a tall chest of drawers in my room that had a doll on it. And the doll stood up and started walking back and forth across the top of the dresser. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
Daddy!
What's the matter? What's the matter? What?
And when he got to the room, the doll was still standing. And he went to take the doll off the top of the dresser, and he couldn't touch it. It was like there was a invisible force field around the doll, and all the hair on his arms stood up. And he had picked up a book to knock the doll off. And that was how he was able to pick up the doll. He said he would take care of it. He took it outside. And he burned it. I don't really think my parents knew what to say. or what to do about it. The only thing my parents ever really told us was to pray.
Spirits can actually attach themselves to any object. However, dolls seem to be the most popular. I don't believe that burning any object, including the doll, is going to do any good because of the fact that a spirit attaches itself to something. If you take away that medium for it, it will only find another one. It has the capabilities to attach itself to anything or anyone.
Blinded by love for their home, Kathy's parents refused to acknowledge that spirits were slowly taking over.
Many, many strange things have happened in the house. I remember laying in my bed. It was a Saturday morning. And the way I was laying in the bed, I was facing the closet. The door opened, and a man walked out. And he came up towards the head of the bed, and he crossed his arms and laid his chin on his arms and just looked at me. He never said a word to me. He just looked at me. I remember laying in the bed with a blanket up near my chin and wanting to run away and just not being able to move out of fear, like frozen with fear. I remember being very sick to my stomach, and I actually started to retch. When I started to get sick, he stood up and walked back into the closet and shut the door. And I remember hearing the metal coat hangers clang against each other after he had left. I hated that room. I hated that entire house. I seem to have had the most intense experiences. I don't know why it targeted me.
Soon, that targeting would become even more threatening, even more dangerous.
I remember feeling very, very cold. I heard growling in the corner of the room, and I was being very quiet, being very still.
Despite Kathy's continual torment, her parents refused to give up their home. This enabled the spirit's power over the home to grow.
And I was lifted up off the mattress. And I was just left in the air, blankets and all, for several minutes. I really had no idea what was happening. I was hurt quite badly, very bruised, very sore, for quite a few days after. I asked my father to move several times, and he wouldn't. He didn't want to sell the house.
Throughout her entire childhood, Kathy was tortured by the paranormal activity in the house.
None of us could wait to move out of that house. I think I was 25 when I got married. I moved out for good. It was wonderful.
When Kathy left, the activity continued until it took over the house completely. With her father now in a nursing home, Kathy finally convinced her mother to leave.
I told her to pack a bag. You're not staying here. And we opened one of the bedroom doors. And I hit a large freestanding mirror in the corner. And it flew across the room and hit the door frame.
Leave everything! We gotta get out of here right now!
We left everything behind. The refrigerator is still full, the freezer's full. There's dirty dishes in the sink. I was happy and I was relieved to be getting her out of there finally.
Kathy and her mother refused to return, but would not sell the house because they didn't want to expose the buyers to the evil within. The property was abandoned to the spirits for 4 years before Kathy brought in paranormal investigator Ted Vanson.
What Kathy wanted from us was to kind of validate some of the stuff that she saw and she felt. When we first entered the house, it was pretty heavy. Couldn't breathe. When you walked in the door, it's like they just picked up and left everything else behind.
I was hoping Ted could get some kind of evidence or information as to who these people were that we saw in the house and maybe why they were there.
Ted started the investigation in Kathy's room, the center of the activity.
The strength of the negative energy or the darkness was pretty strong at first. When you walked in that room, you felt it. It doesn't want us there. And you feel that, like two magnets when they hit each other, there's like a pushback. And that's what it was like when you first walked in that room. We made ourselves go in there. We made ourselves, you know, communicate and talk and push back because we needed answers.
Hello? Is there anyone here? I need to know who this is.
We heard, "Hello, darlings." It was more like a male spirit pretending to be a female saying, "Hello, darling." And it was very evil, kind of mean. It was kind of sadistic. It wasn't nice at all. You heard a window slam shut. The window slamming was just so strong and so loud. But all the windows were shut.
Let's go back downstairs.
Whatever it was that slammed that window had the energy long before we got there. And it was strong enough to slam that window and make it as loud as it was. We had a handheld camera and it was recording the room.
Did you hear that, man?
I noticed a shadow that turned into basically a six-legged dark mass crawl up the wall, across the ceiling, probably the size of a child. That's how big it was. And it was just black as black can be. 30 years of doing this and I've never seen anything like that. You know, it was very strange. It was like it was right out of a horror film.
Did you see that, man? I just saw a demon.
Did I just see my first demon? Did I just, see my first real negative entity? I'm still not sure.
It's not safe. Get out of here. Let's go. Go, go.
Believing the demon was dangerous, Ted called off the investigation for the night.
When you have an entity that's in a house and it's dark and it's as black as what I saw, I'm surprised that they didn't get hurt more or they didn't die from it. That's scary. That's why I backed my team out, because I don't want it hurting anybody.
Different entities can exist in the same space. So you can have human spirits that are in a particular location, as well as demonic spirits in a particular location. It would depend on what you've brought into the house. It would depend on where the location is. If it were, let's say, constructed on a particular site, that might be more energetic or energetically located. So there are many reasons. It could even be the people in the homes that attract particular energies to them.
We were hoping that we would be able to catch that entity on a camera. And we reviewed everything. We've gone back over and over and over and not found it at all. And to me, that's very strange. And right now with this investigation, we don't have all the answers. And will we ever get them? Maybe. But it's ongoing.
Eventually, I would like to clear the house so that we can sell it and get rid of it. Until I get the answers. My mother is holding on to the property because she would rather let it fall to the ground than let another family live there.
Ignoring a strong spirit can result in losing possession of your home. But if a spirit sets its sights on your home and your children, what's at risk is so much more.
Paranormal Survivor 3, Story 26, Tanya and Tracy's Deadly House. Interview with Tanya. Marking.
Tracy and I had been dating just a few months before we decided to move in together.
See you later. Bye.
Planning a wedding and just raising kids together is what we were looking forward to when we moved in together.
Leaving!
Guys, come on, you're gonna be late.
Between them, Tanya and Tracy had 4 kids, and the house was in constant chaos.
Can you try me to practice? I don't know.
It started not too long after we moved in. Things would go missing. I would set things down and they would have been moved.
Have a good day, guys.
Because we have so many people in the house, I really didn't pay attention to it.
After they moved in, it seemed like a little more activity started to happen, more noises, different sounds amongst the house.
Soon after Tanya and the kids moved in, things started to happen that defied rational explanation.
Mom?
I would hear footsteps every once in a while coming up our stairs.
The footsteps we would usually hear in the upstairs, they sounded like a heavy person walking across the floor.
Mom? Is that you?
When Tracy and Tanya took possession of their new home, they had no idea it was already occupied.
Mom? Is that you?
I would automatically just think, oh, hey, it's Mom coming up the stairs. And then when it wouldn't be anyone coming up the stairs, I would just kind of get quiet and ignore it.
I would smell cigarette smoke towards our bedroom.
In the hallway where the bathroom is, we would smell the cigarette smoke.
Do you smell smoke? Who is smoking?
We don't smoke. So I blamed it on the kids. They all got in trouble.
It isn't me, Mom. I smell it too.
And I said, I know you've been smoking in the house, and they swore up and down, you know, Mom, we have not been smoking. But then I started noticing it when they weren't home either, and You know, I had to eat crow and apologize to him that, hey, maybe it's not you. There was no explanation as to why the house smelled like that. You know, and I knew that there was something going on.
Spirit will often use footsteps or scents to get the attention of the homeowner. If spirit wishes to be invisible, they'll be invisible. If they want their presence known, they'll make their presence known. If this is not being paid attention to, then they will become more aggressive and they will find other ways to communicate with the living.
We would feel as if someone was watching us, but there'd be nobody there.
The kids would come to us often and say that when they were watching TV, they felt like somebody was sitting there watching them.
Do you feel that? Let's get out of here.
Battling along the boards, chipped in.
And the TV just turned on by itself.
Pass to the corner, in front, all alone.
After that, there was not a doubt in my mind. I was definitely convinced that there was something paranormal going on in the house.
The activity had at least been fairly low-key, but that was about to change.
There was one night about 1:30 in the morning, Tracy and I woke up.
We hear like knocking on our bedroom door.
We have a nightstand in our room. And on top of that, we had a fan. It flew off with such force that it started to come unplugged.
We kind of looked at each other scared, wondering what happened, and we had noticed that the fan was laying on the floor.
There were no animals in our room, our door was shut, no windows open. There was nothing that could explain that. Brandon and I were doing his laundry earlier in the day, and one of the things he had to do was wash his book bag. I went down there with him, helped him get all of his stuff, bring it back upstairs.
I can't find it. It's not here. Okay, it's not upstairs.
They couldn't find his book bag, and we looked all over his room and the living room.
Is it downstairs? It's possible. We could look again.
Giving up the search, Tracy and Tanya went to the store, leaving the kids at home alone.
It sounded like someone was hitting on the bottom of the floor and we could feel it on our feet. I was really scared.
I think we were at the store that night. They called us and they were all frantic. The kids were outside, and they were all pretty scared and shook up.
I'm not going back in there.
We didn't like the activity in the house. It made us scared at times.
I'm not going back in there. It's not safe.
You could see the look of fear on their faces. You knew that it was something.
Side Mom. It's not fun.
They described it as if somebody or several people were in the basement with broomsticks and they could feel the floor moving underneath them. I mean, it's a horrible feeling as a parent because you want all of your kids to feel safe when something's happening that you can't explain. How do you protect them?
Gathering up her courage, Tanya steeled herself for combat.
I'm the only one that will go in the basement by myself. Anytime the kids go to the basement, they run back up the stairs because they feel like somebody's standing down there watching them.
Terrified, Tanya forced herself to take a stand for her family and her home.
Brandon and I both found it downstairs. His book bag was back in the washer.
What the? I knew we brought this back upstairs.
We couldn't really explain it. Brandon kept saying, Mom, I know we brought that up. I know we did. I can't let anyone know that I'm scared because I'm supposed to be the protector. I went to the back door and I opened it.
Tanya wanted her home back from the spirit who was torturing her children. But the spirit wasn't going to give up its place so easily.
I went to the back door and I opened it. And it was a cross between like a laugh and a scream. It was almost like a cackle. And it was very loud and very distinct. It almost sounded like a witch's cackle. Well, it tells me this spirit is very strong. We had to do something and we had to do it quick because you don't know what's gonna happen next. You have to think about your kids.
Tracy and Tanya called in a medium for help. They started the investigation in the bedroom.
The reaction the sensitive had when they entered the house is a sense of heaviness. They could tell that there was something emotional that had happened here.
The sensitive said the guy upstairs was an angry man. They said an older gentleman had shot himself in my bedroom.
She felt that the depression that he had, the heaviness on her chest, and probably the melancholy before he had committed suicide. She definitely felt those emotions. You don't ever want to hear that somebody has committed suicide in your house, but at the same time, things started to make sense. The gentleman that lived here was a smoker, so maybe that's why we smelled cigarette smoke. I really feel like the male spirit's responsible for the activity that we've had in our room with the van, as well as the things we have going on with the TV. I just wanted them gone. We wanted to cleanse the house and to get him to cross over.
Holy Michael, the Archangel,
She said the St. Michael's prayer,
defend us in our battle against this evil.
and it looked like a glowing white light.
God, protect this family from evil.
She kept encouraging them to go towards the light. I'm not sure he really wanted to.
It worked. They're gone.
It took them a little while to get him to cross over, but eventually he gave in. It seemed like all the heaviness was gone and everything went back to normal.
It's not how you spell that. Yes, it is.
Everything's been good in the house since the cleansing. I feel good being in the house now.
It's a relief. It is definitely a relief.
No more drinks.
But I think the kids are definitely still worried that it'll happen again. I believed in the paranormal before we moved in. But when you're in the midst of it and it's happening to you, it's completely different. If you really feel like something's going on in your house, get help, because things like this do happen.
Experiencing psychological torture from a spirit who wants possession of your home can be devastating. But what if a spirit resorts to physical violence in order to remove the living?
Survivor 3, Story 29, Natalie and Jason's Night of Terror, interview with Natalie, take 1, marking.
It's a little 2-bedroom cottage. I believe it was built in like the 60s. There was tenants in and out of it. Nobody ever seemed to stay there for very long.
Natalie and Jason's cottage had been in the family for generations, and since they couldn't keep tenants, they decided to move in themselves.
We'd stay there through the weekends. Every time you were there, you know, you feel headachy, be tired, drained.
Are you okay? What's wrong?
It's just me. Is it crazy hot in here?
For me, I would get like a very warm feeling. Absolutely started to feel like, you know, the walls were almost closing in on you, that you weren't alone.
I'm not feeling well again.
Me too. My headache is back. I'd go there and I'd feel fine, and by the first night I'd have a headache and it wouldn't really go away and you felt drained. The symptoms would go away within 15 minutes of leaving the cottage.
Soon, the activity took a more aggressive turn.
The basement was primarily used for storage. She went to get some items.
And I instantly felt like somebody was there. Somebody was right next to me, but I tried to ignore it. Nothing really made me afraid until it grabbed me. I know fingers when I feel fingers, and it grabbed me.
Moving into the family cottage was a decision that Natalie and Jason would soon regret.
I had definite, it looked like finger marks. My leg was just mottled with these little bizarre bruises. It was at that point I thought, maybe things are gonna get bad. And I just wanted out of there.
She was just scared. You didn't know where it was going to stop.
It appeared to be a warning to get out.
It was a Friday night, and 4 o'clock in the morning, my phone goes off, it vibrates, and I look at it, and there's nothing there. It's just a text from nobody, like it just says, hey. And I'm like, that's weird. You know, I'm trying to fall back asleep. And all of a sudden I could hear like breathing. It was like a heavy, it was like a, all of a sudden I feel the end of the bed, plain as day. Somebody sat on the end of the bed and I thought it was Natalie. So I reach over and she's laying beside me. I'm like, oh my God, like this is, what's going on here? All of a sudden, something grabbed my leg. I felt a hand, plain as day. Nothing like that's ever happened to me before.
Now the ghost is starting to grab everybody. Many times it crossed my mind, oh, should we stay here tonight?
Not wanting to give up their home, Natalie and Jason called in a series of paranormal experts to rid their cottage of the threatening presence. One expert identified the problem.
She did a kind of a peek through of the cottage upstairs, and then she went into our bedroom.
There's a portal here.
She said, I believe that there's a portal in your room. And she didn't even have to tell me where it was. There was always in the one corner of our bedroom, whenever you were there, you always just had that sort of skin crawling, somebody's watching me feeling.
All the spirits, good and bad, are coming in here through this corner.
She said that the spirits were coming and going quite freely through this portal. The problem is that there was also bad coming in from the portal.
A portal is a vortex of energy in a specific location that is used by entities to come in and out of whatever realm they happen to be in. A portal can be opened by a traumatic event, but it's not all that easy to close a portal. You have to have knowledge of the energetic concentration of a portal and be able to contain it. And that is something that definitely has to be left to an expert, somebody who can deal with energies and energetic response.
Holy Michael, Archangel, defend us in battle.
I believe the porthole never closed.
Hopeful their cottage was in their possession again, Jason and Natalie nestled down in their now safe haven.
I don't believe that she was successful closing it because the night of that's when the night of terror happened for us.
Oh, that was the night of terror. That was the night that you don't want to remember, you want to forget. The minute I turned the light off, it started.
You could feel just the negative energy in the room. You could feel the heaviness.
Something large.
I knew there was something beside me. I knew if I opened my eyes, it was going to be there and it was going to hurt me. That's why I didn't open my eyes. I've always believed it was a demon. That's what I believed. It felt like somebody took a knife and cut me open. It hurt that bad. There was a scratch right down my arm, three claw marks with blood. I didn't know what to do. I don't know.
I've never been terrified like that in my life, and I was just praying for daylight.
In a last-ditch effort to keep possession of their home, Natalie and Jason called in paranormal expert Katie Turner.
Natalie and Jason were very nervous. They felt that they were attacked, basically. They had had a few other teams come in, and they just couldn't get the answers that they were wanting. So they wanted to be able to get this entity out. I have been to many investigations. This by far was one of the most frightening places I've ever walked into. I started feeling physically ill. I felt burning. It was an experience that haunted me for weeks after.
Katie and her fellow investigator Marie head to the basement, the site where Natalie was grabbed.
As soon as we went down to the basement, we could hear singing. It was very clear that it was a little girl.
There's a portal here.
When Natalie and Jason found out multiple dangerous spirits were coming into their cottage through a portal, they called Katie Turner for help.
Immediately she came around the corner and she was wearing a dress, but she had a burned face. You could smell smoke. She was scared, and she was scared of the entity that was upstairs. She was scared of the evil that resided in the home.
Hey, little girl. I'm not here to hurt you.
I could feel the fact that she was burning. She was upset. I could feel her beside me, and I could feel her grab my hand.
Hurry. Little girl's with me now. Take a photo.
And I had asked my fellow investigator to snap a photo. At the moment when the photo was taken, I started to feeling a burning sensation in the back of my head. I had to leave the room because I felt like I was being partially possessed. This person was trying to show me how they felt. They were trying to show me how they had died.
Ghosts often try to relay messages to the living. If they died in an accident, maybe they want you to know that because they're stuck here, so they're reliving it. I don't think it's so much that they all want you to experience that. I think they can't help but project it. So therefore, we're naturally going to maybe pick up on those sensations.
Needing more answers about the spirits in the house, Katie decided to lead a seance.
Who are you? What is your name? What do you want?
I started getting the name Wabane, and I believe that it was a native spirit. And he was actually kicked out of his tribe. He wanted to tell us that he was in charge. He told us to get out. We were not welcome there.
You could hear everything clear as a bell. There was no doubt in what it was saying. It was getting increasingly agitated. It was swearing at her. And she said, "That's it. If you're gonna be like that, we're going to go talk to somebody else." It physically jolted me. He was definitely a male, mentally deranged, and very, very angry.
Come here. Come on. Come on. I was frightened. I felt like for the first time I didn't know what I was up against. I did feel that it was over our head. We really needed to act fast and needed to get this entity out. We need to cleanse the house. And we would go room to room with some sage, some sea salt, and a white candle. And we basically cleansed each room and shoved the entity out. And we concluded into the kitchen. The door actually opened. We were able to actually see the door open. We were able to see that the entity was exiting the house. And as soon as the entity left the home, the energy in the home had changed.
Cleanse the house.
It was a tranquil feeling. It was a calming feeling.
We were all just exhausted. We were drained. But we definitely felt something lift.
This is smarter than what we think. I don't think it's gone.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm sure something's gonna return. Now I'm fearful of the paranormal. Before I was fine with it, I felt that other people had those experiences, the bad experiences, and now I know it can happen to anybody.